racetracks.
Faulkner ball trying to move to the top of the track. And how about James Shirley on the restart?
Throw the red, get him out of that car.
Here we go. Let's light up those engines. Green flag, green light. Off and running. Whee! They are tearing up the Texana Raceway track. Look at the speed of the Southern Touring Late Model Series. Man, they are looking good. Golly, Miss Molly, look at the speed of these cars. '48, Cody Leonard jumps out to the lead early. He goes way up coming out of turn 4. Slides right along the outside wall. And they're going up on 2 tires in the turns. Cody Leonard already has a main event win earlier tonight. Looking for a double main event win.
You've never seen the greatest the world has ever revealed. I'd like to introduce myself. Let's go! I'm out here making them mad cause I got it. Too good at being too bad cause I got it. Stop reaching and being sad cause I got it. I just got it, yeah. I just got it.
They're going to drag race to the line.
All sorts of action going on down the backstretch.
Climbing out of the car, your feature winner.
Tom Patrick with the drive at the bottom of the racetrack.
They make contact coming to the checkers and sprint.
From an old school racer, it's nice to see the racetracks.
Faulkner ball trying to move to the top of the track. And how about James Shirley on the restart?
Throw the red, get him out of that car.
CRS Suspension and Fabrication is your trusted source for premium dirt oval shocks. For dwarf cars to late models and everything in between. We also offer adjustable spoilers and adjustable shock mounts, upgrades, car setup services, and even professional tech support for your entire racing season. You either run CRS shocks or you get outran by them. Call us today, 254-933-CRS1.
Babbitt takes the outside line. Babbitt door to door, window to window. Nicholas Hunter holding off all the charges. Should be 2 laps to go this time by. We have got a great mod light main event. Look at those 2 cars up front. Whoa! Corey Babbitt rushing hard.
For those of you who've never seen the greatest the world has ever revealed, I'd like to introduce myself. Let's go! I'm out here making them mad cause I got it. Too good at being too bad cause I got it. Stop reaching and being sad cause I got it. I just
They're going to drag race to the line.
All sorts of action going on down the backstretch.
Climbing out of the car, your feature winner.
Fantastic with the drive at the bottom of the racetrack.
They make contact coming to the checkers and trip.
From an old school racer, it's nice to see the racetracks.
Faulkner Bonchai move to the top of the track. And how about James Shirley on the restart?
Throw the red, get him out of that car.
For those of you who've never seen the greatest the world has ever revered, I'd like to introduce. I'm out here making them mad, cause I got it. Too good at being too bad, cause I got it. Stop reaching and being sad. Got it.
They're going to drag race to the line.
All sorts of action going on down the backstretch.
Climbing out of the car, your feature winner.
Fantastic with the drive at the bottom of the racetrack.
They make contact coming to the checkers and trip.
From an old school racer, it's nice to see the racetracks.
Faulkner Bonchai move to the top of the track. And how about James Shirley on the restart?
Throw the red, get him out of that car.
Here we go. Let's light up those engines. Green flag, green light. Off and running. Whee! They are tearing up the Texana Raceway track. Look at the speed of the Southern Touring Late Model Series. Man, they are looking good. Golly, Miss Molly, look at the speed of these cars. '48, Cody Leonard jumps out to the lead early. He goes way up coming out of turn 4, slides right along the outside wall. And they're going up on 2 tires in the turns. Cody Leonard already has a main event win earlier tonight, looking for a double main event win.
Of you who've never seen the greatest the world has ever revered, I'd like to introduce myself. Let's go! I'm out here making them mad, cause I got it. Too good at being too bad, cause I got it. Stop reaching and being sad, cause I got it. I just got it, yeah. I just got it.
They're going to drag race to the line.
All sorts of action going on down the backstretch.
Climbing out of the car, your feature winner.
Fantastic with the drive at the bottom of the racetrack.
They make contact coming to the checkers and trip.
From an old school racer, it's nice to see the racetracks.
Faulkner Bonchai move to the top of the track. And how about James Shirley on the restart?
Throw the red, get him out of that car.
CRS Suspension and Fabrication is your trusted source for premium dirt oval shocks. For dwarf cars to late models and everything in between. We also offer adjustable spoilers and adjustable shock mounts, upgrades, car setup services, and even professional tech support for your entire racing season. You either run CRS shocks or you get outran by them. Call us today, 254-933-CRS1.
Babbitt takes the outside line. Babbitt door to door, window to window. Nicholas Hunter holding off all the charges. Should be 2 laps to go this time by. We have got a great mod light main event. Look at those 2 cars up front. Whoa! Corey Babbitt rushing hard.
For those of you who've never seen the greatest the world has ever revered, I'd like to introduce myself. Let's go! I'm out here making them mad, cause I got it. Too good at being too bad, cause I got it. Stop reaching and being sad, cause I got it. I just got it, yeah. I just got it.
They're going to drag race to the line.
All sorts of action going on down the backstretch.
Climbing out of the car, your feature winner.
Top Panther put the drive at the bottom of the racetrack.
They make contact coming to the checkers and trip.
From an old school racer, it's nice to see the racetracks.
Faulkner ball trying to move to the top of the track. And how about James Shirley on the restart?
Throw the red, get him out of that car.
Myself. Let's go! I'm out here making them mad, cause I got it. Too good at being too bad, cause I got it. Stop reaching and being sad, cause I got it. I just got it, yeah. I just got it.
They're going to drag race to the line.
All sorts of action going on down the backstretch.
Climbing out of the car, your feature winner.
Top Panther put the drive at the bottom of the racetrack.
They make contact coming to the checkers and trip.
From an old school racer, it's nice to see the racetracks.
Faulkner ball trying to move to the top of the track. And how about James Shirley on the restart?
Throw the red, get him out of that car.
Here we go. Let's light up those engines. Green flag, green light. Off and running. Whee! They are tearing up the Texana Raceway track. Look at the speed of the Southern Touring Late Model Series. Man, they are looking good. Golly, Miss Molly, look at the speed of these cars. '48, Cody Leonard jumps out to the lead early. He goes way up coming out of turn 4. Slides right along the outside wall. And they're going up on 2 tires in the turn. Cody Leonard already has a main event win earlier tonight. Looking for a double main event win.
Pit count that we have here tonight for Revved Up Sports Show Night at the Races. All of your regular classes, modifieds racing for a little bit of extra money tonight, so that's going to add to the kitty. Dwarf Car Racing Series at Texas is here tonight as well, so looking forward to an exciting night here at Texana Raceway Park. We welcome you here to Edna, Texas. We welcome in our live worldwide audience checking in on Speed Pass at raceontexas.com here to Edna, Texas, Flag City, USA for Revved Up Sports Show Night at the Races here at Texana Raceway Park. Great Speed Pass package. Last night you checked in from around the state. I was over at Heart of Texas Speedway, and tonight making the trip here to Edna. So welcome to all of those folks checking in worldwide on the Roku app, on the Race on Texas app, however you may be checking it out. Great crowd on hand right here live as we'll bring you all the action throughout the night. Don't forget, race fans, concession stand open if you were here on site. Lots of good food. $1 beer tonight, $1 Lone Star Light, $1 Lone Stars over at the beer stand. Please drink responsibly tonight. Have yourself a designated driver. Have yourself a plan in place if you're going to enjoy that $1 beer here tonight. On the racetrack now, our guest series here tonight. It is the Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas as they make their way out for their hot lap session.
All right, race fans, just a couple more minutes as we get everything wrapped up from hot laps, get everything set for opening ceremonies. We're ready to rock and roll here on Revved Up Sports tonight. Special Father's Day weekend edition of Racing Action here at Texana Raceway Park, both live in person and live on Race on Texas Worldwide. We'll be ready for opening ceremonies in just a few minutes.
If tomorrow all the things were gone I'd worked for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife. I thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud day. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
All right, race fans, if you could join me in prayer. Lord, we're gathered today to enjoy the spirit of competition between driver and machine. We thank you, Lord, for the good weather, despite it being incredibly hot. We thank you for all that you give to us on this day and every day. Lord, we ask that you be with all the racers and crews tonight, be with all the fans as they get ready to go home, and they see you in your house tomorrow. Lord, we ask all these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
There you see the Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas on the track, race fans. There was a car out on the track. You saw the missing man formation. That car number 72, that belonged to the great Arden Vickery, however you want to say it. We lost that great man this week on Thursday. Arden was a friend to many. Not just a friend, a mentor, a leader. He was everything that you could ask for in a human being. Arden put everybody else ahead of himself. His goal was for everybody else to be in a good spot. And he built the Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas into an amazing organization. And through his leadership, it evolved, and it became the best show that you would ever see. And he did everything from the admin work to working on rules, just everything. Like I said, a friend to many, a friend to me, a friend to so many that are here tonight. He's family. He'll be dearly missed. And we honor him here this evening. And I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. But He loved everybody, and we loved him. And without him, it's just not going to be the same. And we honor him here tonight as we cherish his memory. And that 72 car, that was just much more than a car, much more than a driver, and much more than a leader. He was just our friend. We love you, Arden. We miss you, buddy. And we race for you tonight.
Thank you, Rodney, for those beautiful words about Arden as we race in Arden's memory tonight. We start off with the heat races here for the E-Mods. Get you your lineup here in just a quick second. All right, up front on the pole in car 23F, that's J.C. Fitch. On the outside, the 48C, that is Cooter Caney. 74 on the inside of the next row, Michaela Trimble. 112 is Chris Dudley on the outside of row number 2, inside of row number 3. In car number 21, that is Suber Nave. On the outside, in the black and silver, number 46, that is Trent Dixon. 6 cars, 8 laps, heat race number 1 for the E-Mods. Our pace is slowed way down into turn number 3, coming out of turn number 4. Here we go, first green flag of the night. Erotico A. Cooter in that 48C chunking out over the 46 or 23F of Fitch. Here comes the 112 looking to the inside of Dudley. Come down, complete the lap. Cooter in the 48C. Here comes Fitch getting a good run on the outside of turn number 2 and then turn number 3 all the way to the outside. Can they make the pass work on the outside? Indeed they do, door to door. And Fitch has the lead as they go off into turn number 1. Caney looking back to the bottom. Fitch still stays high, going into turn 3, opens up that lower lane. Another good run off the top. Now checking out to about a 2-car length lead over that newly formed battle for second between the 48C of Cooter Caney and the 112 of Chris Dudley. And indeed we are halfway home. 4 down, 4 to go as the battle for second starts heating up between Caney and that 48C and Dudley in that 112. Dudley had the inside line coming out of turn number 2, but doesn't have it anymore as they go single file off into turn number 3. As they continue to race, single file, your leader continues to be J.C. Finch in that 23F. 2 more laps to go in heat race number 1 here at Texana Raceway Park. Into turn 3, up out of turn number 4. Fitch will see the white flag. 1 more lap around. As the battle for second still tries to rage on. Into turn 3, coming up out of turn number 4, picking up the heat race win in the E-Mods. J.C. Fitch wins. Cooter Caney second. And Chris Dudley in the 112 round out your top 3 here in heat race number 1 for the E-Mods.
I'll tell you, Bobby, very impressive right there for Fitch, going wire to wire with the win in that 23F. Jumping out ahead there, put a nice cushion in. Wasn't going to give any of that up and wins that heat race.
Yeah, it looks like the outside groove might be the place to be so far. It looks like the way the track's drying out and widening out, the outside might be high, wide, and handsome again tonight. All right, here's your lineup. Heat race number 2 in the 04, Cooper Calibra. Outside in the 226, that's David McBride. 131 is Austin Nesloni. Gilbert Perez, the third, is in car number 3 on the outside of row number 2. The 43 of Caden Petty, and the 17, that's Kyler Ross. Heat race number 2, here we go. 6 cars, 8 laps, here we go. Green flag. So it looks like Perez moved up a spot. The 226 elected to start shotgun on the field. Side by side as they go into 3. Perez on the top. Calabria there in the bottom. Side by side down the front straightaway. Perez hanging tough on the outside in that black and pink number 3. Here he comes getting a run off the top side. They go side by side into turn 3 again. 04 slid up a little bit, locked up, lost some momentum. Here comes Perez up to the outside. Perez will take the lead that lap. So now Cooper in that 04 trying to come back to the inside. Perez has it wound up on the outside. Looks like the outside line is the right spot to be with these E-mods. Now moving into the picture in third, the 131 of Austin Nesloni. Ever so slowly creeping up on the top 2. And we are halfway home, 4 down, 4 to go. Heat race number 2 here in the E-mods. And your leader continues to be Gilbert Perez in that 3 car up on the outside. Cooper Calabria in the 04. And Austin Nesloni in the 131. That is your top 3 just past halfway here in E-mod heat race number 2. This time by 2 more laps to go. Into turn 3, up out of turn number 4. Perez sees the white flag. 1 more lap to go. So nice and easy into turn 3, coming up out of turn number 4. Gilbert Perez will win heat race number 2 in the E-mods. Cooper Calabria second. And Austin Nesloni third. 17 of Kyler Ross rounds out the top 4. Along with the 226 of David McBride and Caden Petty in car number 3 running out the 6-car field here in heat race number 2. So here we go, heat race number 1 here for your IMCA Mod Light. Looks like we're missing a couple, but I'll run off the lineup here. 66 of Douglas Wright, supposed to be on the pole. Jeremy Buxton in the 17 outside of row number 1. Inside row number 2 is Chris Buxton in the 22. Eric Salas in the 6, the 04, that is Joseph Penny. 23H is Aaron Stevens. The 19R, that's Dustin Rude. The 41 is Willie Veach. And the 46 is Dalton Fisher. Looks like we're waiting on a couple of cars to join us for this particular race. Looks like they may have got it sorted out and just going to run without them. And we are green and going here in the Mod Lights. Oh, trouble going into turn 3. Salas together, sliding down off the backstretch. Caution's out.
Boy, those two cars right there, Bobby. You got to remember with these mod lights, you've got no fenders on these up on the front side. So when you have a little bit of contact right there, you get those wheels into each other, and that's what happens right there. You go across the bow just a little bit, and you're I mean, there could be some big time trouble. So both of those guys lucky that it was just a little wash down into the infield.
Yeah, it looks like no harm, no foul. Everybody's going to get lined back up, ready for the heat race to continue.
And remember tonight, guys, race fans, you'll have to remember. So you got the IMCA mod lights tonight, then you got the Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas. So you may see some similarities right there. They're very similar in the fact that they weigh 1,000 pounds, probably not in excess of 1,300 pounds, very short wheelbase, and just so much torque in these engines. So that is the thing to remember about these cars. You'll watch these cars, and they may be going just as fast as those sport mods, but they're covering a lot of ground with a short wheelbase. Narrow tire, and they're a bear to drive. I can tell you, they are indeed a bear to drive, especially those dwarf cars. I was talking about Arden a while ago, and man, he could make these things do some really, really cool stuff. And he's the innovator, Bobby. We know it, man. It's Dwarf Car University over in San Marcos. He is the man.
Yeah, he is the man. Will be known as a gentleman driver and a gentleman throughout his whole life. Good to see everybody come together, remembering Arden in the light that he deserved. And for those that never had a chance to meet Arden Viker, you just missed out on meeting a good human being on this earth. So as we still race in memory of Arden tonight, as we said, 2 similar classes running. You got the IMCA mod lights that you see here, along with the Dwarf Car Race Series of Texas. When you see them both on the racetrack, you'll notice some of the mod lights have more of that kind of miniature modified body on them. So that's how you can kind of tell the difference between the mod lights and the dwarf cars. Dwarf cars still run more of a kind of a boxier body, if you will, for those. But as they recap and restack, we'll kind of get you the running order here. It looks like they're a little out of order, but that's not necessarily abnormal for race car drivers being out of order, trying to come to a green flag. Up front in 17, that's Jeremy Buxton. Outside is the 6 of Eric Salas. Inside of row number 2 is the 22, I believe, of Chris Buxton. There's the 04, Joseph Penny. Inside of row number 3. We'll get you the rest of the lineup here as they get ready to go green. Heat race number 1. Looks like that was the 23H as they get together again. 23H of Aaron Stevens. So Buxton and Buxton in the lead. That's your top 2. There comes Salas in the 6. Here comes the 04, Penny. Trying to make it 3 wide out of turn number 4. Everybody funnels down into turn number 1. Buxton in the 22 up high. Here comes Penny. There it is. 3 wide out of turn number 2. And they stay almost 3 wide there the entire length of the corner. Good power move on the bottom by Joseph Penny. Move him into second. Around Salas in the 6 and the 22 of Buxton. Trouble there as they get little fender banging, tire swapping action down there in turn number 1. Everybody looks like they're rolling. Track is still green for now. Here comes the caution right there.
Oh, you watch that incident right there. It just takes that little bit, just a little bit of contact right there is all it takes with the speed that they're going, carrying all that momentum in there, BC, and just a little tap like that. And, man, it's mayhem as everybody's coming up behind them.
Made that power move out of turn number 4 to get him 3 wide to the bottom and take second spot. But obviously, they'll spun it around, took a couple of cars with him, so they'll get him re-racked and restacked here. At least we completed a couple of laps this time, so now we get ready to get him. All right, so we'll recap kind of the way they're running now. Jeremy Buxton in the 17, Chris Buxton in the 22. The 04, Joseph Penny there running right now in second. Not sure when they're going to be sorting that out. The 46 is Dawson Fisher, rather. 41 is Willie Veach. There you see Salas in the 6 in the back. Also back there is the 19R, Dustin Rude. So here we go, green and going. One more time, IMCA Mud Lights. So now Penny shooting to the bottom. Coming down inside, turn number 3, inside of Buxton in the 17. Oh, Buxton, a little too much turn. Move Penny to the front in that 0-4. So now watch the inside. They're in third. The before mentioned Dustin Rude in the 19R. He's won a couple of races out here this season. He slides back just a tick. They're in third, but man, the 17 of Buxton pushing like a dump truck. He'll lose another spot as they go off into turn number 1. Out of turn number 2, Rude got a good head of steam. As they run 1, 2, 3, 4, this time as they come around. Penny, your leader. Rude in second. Battle there for third between Buxton in the 17 and the 46 of Fisher. And this time by, they come to it. Cross flags. 2 to go. 2 to go. Penultimate lap here before we get to lap number 8. One more lap to go for Dalton Fisher, your leader. Exit Joseph. Bottom in that 0-4. Here comes the 19R, Dustin Rude. Dustin's going to try the crossover. Not going to happen. Joseph Penny in the 46. That is your top 3 here in the IMCA Mod Lights at Texana. And here we go with a whole bunch of factory stocks. Last count in the pits, 29 factory stocks here racing tonight at Texana Raceway Parks. We're going to have some heat racers to kind of weed them out. Up front, in the 14, that's Lynn Fox. Outside of Lynn, in the 36P, that's Michael Pesic. Inside, the next row in the 27, J.J. Jennings. The 15D, that's James Deere. 44C, that's Cord Beard. The 21G, that's Steve Grants. 04, Jacob Burnett. And the 63J of Joe Johnson. Here they go. 8 cars, 8 laps, heat race number 1 for your factory stocks. And right away, Cord Beard jumping to the middle, trying to make things happen. They get boxed in, he'll come boxed in. Fox on the bottom, 36, that's Pesic up on the top. Here comes Cord looking to the bottom again, trying to make some headway on that bottom. Trouble there with Grants. Grants and Deere get together. Grant's up in the fence, may have a flat tire, unable to make that car move. He might be parked there. And indeed, caution's out after the completion of lap number 1. Now that's at least a flat tire. Could be more damage than that in that rear end there as it looks a little shaky as it comes down. Out of turn number 2 going down the back straightaway. So tough break there for Steve Grants in the 21G. There you see the 15D of Deere. Also involved in that contact with Grants. Some of these drivers you see here are part of the Race on Texas factory stock power rankings. They'll be released coming up here in the next week or so for the next round of racing action.
Do they even pay attention to that?
I don't think they claim they don't, but they sure look like they are.
Hey, Ryan Hopkins said he didn't pay attention to it. Ryan Hopkins is at the top of that. He said, I don't really look at it too much. We'll see. Everybody's getting awful damn racy right about now, so we'll see.
So we'll get ready to turn them loose, rewrapping the running order. That's 36P of Pesic on the front row. Then you got the 14F of Fox, the 44 of Cord Beard. The 04 of Jacob Burnett, can't see the outside, and then the 63 of Joe Johnson rounding out the end of the field there. And we get ready to turn them loose. Texas two-step restart. We are green and going. One more time in the factory stocks. Oh! Well, they kept on going. I got to give them that much. Wide, Pesic on the top, Cord in the middle in that 44C, and Fox in that 14F. And Pesic took a slam on that front stretch wall. He still kept it straight and going. Here comes Cord Beard looking to the inside in that 44C. Him and Pesic, they make contact for sure, but here comes Cord motoring through the bottom, takes the lead here in the heat race. So don't count out Pesic yet. He's still hanging tough there in second spot. Here comes Fox in the 14F and the 04 of Jacob Burnett. That's your top four as they race. 1, 2, 3, 4 here halfway home. Heat race number 1. And the hot spot. There's the battle for second, third, and fourth. You got Pesic in the 36. You got the 04 of Burnett coming from second to third. Now he's got the battle there for second into turn number 3. Pesic to the outside. Burnett to the bottom. He'll take that spot too. That opens up the door for the 14F of Fox. Also to the inside of Pesic as they go off into turn number 1. Meanwhile, checking out up front, and they see 2 more laps to go. Your leader, the 44C, Cord Beard. Burnett in the 04 second, now side by side for third. Fox on the inside, Pesic on the outside. Fox in the 14F, down on the bottom. Pesic, good run out of turn number 2, up out of turn number 3. Pesic with the top side run, has the advantage. White flag for Cord Beard. Burnett in the 04 second, white flag to go. Now you've got Fox up in third. Here comes Pesic in fourth. It's going to be the battle there for third as they come to the line. Pesic looking to the inside, going into turn 3 inside of Fox. Meanwhile, up front, Cord Beard wins the heat race. Burnett second. Fox will be third. Pesic will be fourth. And J.J. Jennings in the black 27 rounds out your top 5 heat race number 1 here in the factory stocks.
Bobby, Michael Pesic just couldn't get that car to grab after the contact here along the front along the front wall right here. Just couldn't get the power to the ground, and I'm sure Pesic not happy with that pass right there as he has to give up that leader spot. But I can tell you what, Pesic is going to go back and get that car dialed in. Watch Pesic in the main event. It's going to be coming for something.
Yeah, Pesic, he's definitely not happy right now, but he'll get a chance to re-rack and restack in that main event up front. Here we go. Heat race number 2. Normal name to Corpus Christi race fans. Car number 34, that's Ryan Carlucci. 747 is GW Hessong. The 6 is Gary Butler. The 9C, that's Caitlin Leonard. 55R, that's Rusty Head. Philip Pesic in the 11, and the 36 of Jed Bruce. That is your lineup heat race number 2 as we get ready to turn them loose. 8 laps, heat race number 2 into factory stocks. So GW Hessong up to the outside. Got a little mosquito spray there coming out of the backside, but no harm, no foul yet. Hessong takes the lead out of turn number 4. Well, here comes Carlucci. Not able to make it work. Now they're going to be battle for third and fourth between the 55R Rusty Head and the 9C of Caitlin Leonard. That's the battle side by side there for third. So Rusty Head all the way from Buda, Texas. That's just south of Austin by about 10 miles. Coming all the way down the race here at Texana Raceway Park. One car trouble on the backstretch. I think that's the 36 of Jed Bruce. Thought he was going to pull into the hot pit out there at turn number 2. Not happening, but oh yeah, he definitely got some issues there. Pulling off into the infield. Meanwhile, back up front, battle there for second between Carlucci and the 34 and the 55 of Rusty Head. Rusty on the inside. He's got the pass for now. So Rusty Head, he's going to take a shot here coming up. I think he can get to GW Hessong. It's just a matter if he can stay there. He's got plenty of time there. Halfway home, 4 down, 4 to go in heat race number 2 for your factory stocks here in Texana. Trouble there for Caitlin Leonard in the 9C, pulling to the infield there between 1 and 2. A little bit of smoke, but not sure what else the problem could be. Meanwhile, back up front, we'll see with a couple laps to go. At the 55R, Rusty Head's able to get around in the 747 at GW Hessong for the lead. And Rusty's got a head of steam. He goes in. Not quite sure if there was contact or not, but he's going to dive to the inside of GW Hessong. GW with a defensive move. They go side by side. 2 more laps to go. Oh, Rusty popped the tire a little bit. No harm, no foul. They go side by side down the back straightaway. Into turn number 3. Rusty Head to the inside. GW Hessong up to the outside. GW tried to block. Not going to happen. Rusty Head takes the lead. Here he comes. White flag. 1 more lap to go. Now the question is, can GW get back up to him? He tried right there out of turn number 2. No luck. Here comes the lap car, going to be in the way. GW Hessong, oh, he's going to slide it in there. Can he make it happen? Rusty Head's going to win. GW Hessong second. Ryan Carlucci third in the 34. So good entertaining battle there for the heat race win in heat race number 2 for the factory stocks.
The best name in Texas dirt track racing, Rusty Head, with a nice move right there. And he and Hessong, when you get those two guys, Bobby, racing side by side, to the back of Hessong, he kind of kissed him right on the backside going into turn 3. Hessong returns the favor a lap later, kind of that thing out right there. And here you go, heat race number 3 out on the track for your factory stocks.
All right, up front on the pole, Johnny Johnson in the 13. Sorry, the 133, that's Megan Dotson. And the 174, another South Texas known name, the 174, that's Mickey Helms, started at the rear of the field back there. So 7 cars, 8 laps, heat race number 3 here for your factory stocks. We turn them loose, we go green one more time. Right off the bat, Johnson starts checking out. Trouble there for Blankenship from the outside row. Here comes Cameron Starry jumping up to the inside in that 741, one of the young guns. Oh, Starry makes a good move into turn number 3, up out of turn number 4. Starry will go to the front, take the lead in heat race number 3. Johnson hanging tough on the outside. He goes way deep, tire right in the middle of turn 1 and 2. Not sure, I don't think the caution's going to come out. They'll just have to maneuver around the tire as they go back into turns 1 and 2. So Starry with a little bit of love tap, and indeed the caution does come out for the tire. They're in turns 1 and 2. We like the tires to be a little high when you go off into corners, but I don't think the tire is supposed to be that high in the middle of 1 and 2.
Hey, Bobby, we got to thank Owen for putting on Revved Up Sports Show night here at Texana Raceway Park. We look at the stats, everybody that watches Monday nights at 6 or 6:30 or Tuesday or whenever the hell we do it. And one of this is a hotbed area for us right here. Lots of folks checking in on Russ. We appreciate you guys. We appreciate Owen Pittman and everybody here at Texana. Revved Up Sports Show night here at TRP. Pretty cool stuff right there. We've never had our own night.
It's kind of weird, isn't it?
The only time I've had my own night or day, I've been in a hell of a lot of trouble. That's the only time.
As long as the law doesn't come and pick us up like that night, we'll be all right. Recapping the running order here in the Texas two-step restart. Well, it was Cameron Starry there that was supposed to be. Now we got Johnson in the 13, Blankenship in the 35, Grouchy in the 25, Mickey Helms in the 174. We turned them loose anyway. So Starry's checking out. Here comes Blankenship in the 35, Grouchy in the 25. Mickey Helms in the 174 runs third. Inside the 13 of Jennings. Then you got the Dobsons in the back, rounding out the field. Meanwhile, hot spot on the racetrack. That battle for third, fourth, and fifth. You got Raucci in the 25. Helms in the 174. Jennings in the black, number 13. As they come around, everybody's single file, but there's a lot of racing action happening midway through this field. Here comes Helms, going to get a good run on the red 25. They go off into turn number 3. Helms now looking up to the outside just a tick. Not going to happen on the outside. They come halfway home. 4 down, 4 to go for your leader, Cameron Starr in his 741. So Helms finally gets a good run to the inside of the 25. Raucci gets a good run. We'll take that. Meanwhile, back up front, Blankenship in the 35, all over the backside of the 741 at Cameron Starry. 2 different races for 2 different points on the racetrack. So Starry still in the front. Tony Blankenship in second. Helms and Raucci still with a great battle there for third. Helms now up to the outside of the red 25. Run there on the bottom. They come by, 2 more laps to go. Heat race number 3. All the way around. This is going to be the barn burner to the finish. Blankenship going to go up to the top. Here comes Helms. Make it. Flag, 1 more lap to go. Helms in the 174. Cameron Starry all by himself. He's going to check up early. Here comes Blankenship to the outside. Here comes Helms to the inside. Starry's going to hold him off for now. The battle for second. Blankenship second. Mickey Helms third. Raucci fourth. Jennings fifth. But your leader for much of that race and the winner of heat race number 3, 741 of Cameron Starry. All right, here we go. Heat race number 4 lineup. Looks like we got a couple of cars out of place, but they'll get themselves lined up here. As we get going up front, Jason Jennings in the 29J, the 7, that's Kevin Natek. Johnny Westfall in the 9, the 89, that is Tim Lisi. 14J is Jacob McElveen, the 12 is Adam Perks, and the 29, that is Jose Lopez, rounding out the field in his orange number 29. So we got 2 29s in there. We got a 29J of Jason Jennings up front on the pole. And Jose Lopez there rounding out the field. So it looks like we got a couple of cars. Got to get the lineups just right. As soon as we get the lineups right, we'll turn them loose. Looks like we got to wait for the 89, Tim Lisi there. All right, so lights are out over heat race number 4. That's right, 29 strong here in the factory stocks tonight. Green and going, heat race number 4. So Jennings in the 29J takes the lead. Now you got the, let's see here. Oh, look at Lopez there in the 29, making it 3 wide in the back. Westfall in the white number 9, Natek in that white number 7. So Jennings has it on the point. Here comes Westfall looking to the inside of turn number 2. He gets the nose in. Now they go side by side into turn number 3. Westfall with a really good run over Jennings. They definitely beat and bang down there out of turn number 4. But give that one to Jennings. Westfall back to second. Here comes Adam Perk in that 12P car. So Perk in that 12 car started deep in the field. Now he's battling there, coming up to the inside for second on Westfall. So Jennings in the 29J, Westfall in the 9. Oh, there goes the tire. Somebody's tire. That was the tire of the 9. Westfall looked like it threw fate from the rear end over there. So caution's out on the racetrack.
Oh, man. Those two cars came together right there, Bobby, and that axle is broken. I guarantee you that you can go to that tire and it's got the bolt still stuck right into it. Johnny Westfall not happy right there. He's saluting him. He's saying, Happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day is what he's saying. Yeah, that snapped the axle right off. Hey, where's all the dads, by the way? Do we have any dads in the house? Stand up, dads. We need to give you a round of applause. I mean, honor the dads. And I said it last night in Waco. Guys, you don't have to cut any grass. You don't have to trim any weeds. Hell, you don't even have to grill tomorrow if you don't want to. You have the day off. Day off for the dads. Happy Father's Day, everybody.
All right, so as the cleanup crew works to get Westfall's car hooked up on the back of the wrecker and ready to go, we'll recap the lineup as they run right now, right before they get ready to go to the Texas two-step restart. Up front, the 29J, that is Jason Jennings. The 12, that is Adam Perks. 7, Kevin Natek. Normally runs up at Cotton Bowl Speedway, coming down here to run at Texana Raceway Park on Father's Day weekend. Then you got the 89 of Tim Lisi. And then you got the 29, that is Jose Lopez, and then rounding out the field in the 14J, that's Jacob McKelveen, as the way they run right now as they get ready to re-rack and restack. Texas two-step restart coming up here Father's Day weekend, revved up sports show night edition of racing action at Texana Raceway Park. As indeed they are lined up for the Texas two-step restart. Jennings on the road by himself, then Perk in the 12. And Natek in the 7. That is your top three as they get ready to turn them loose. Lights out on the racetrack. Here we go, green flag. So Perk looking to the inside of Jennings, not happening this time. Good run there for Lopez coming off that restart, coming into the inside of Natek for third. So we are halfway home, 4 down, 4 to go. Heat race number 4 in the factory stocks tonight. Now here comes Perks getting a good run on Jennings as they come off. Jennings with the low line, kind of a little, quite a chop block, but enough block to lose the momentum there for Perks. And so Perks in the 12, he's going to try again to the inside of the 29J. Much better run. He's way further up alongside him than he was the lap before. He's got a fender on him going into turn number 3. He will indeed make the pass for the lead out of turn number 4. New leader, Adam Perks, in car 12. Trouble there for the 89 of Tim Lisi. Spun around, got it corrected right as the caution light came on.
I'll tell you, Bobby, as close as that was happening right there, now when that caution flag comes out, now it's going to get really good when we get them all back together. I'm over here in the fan zone over here. I'm sitting in these brand new, this is some fine luxury seating over here. I'm kind of liking this a whole lot over here. Sorry, Bobby, we're ready to go. Lights are off, man.
All right, lights are off. We're going to go back to their last run in order on the restart with Jennings on the front row. Then you got Perks, and now you got Lopez to the outside. We are green and going here in the heat race. So 29J Jennings, watch Lopez and the other 29. Perks to the inside. They go 3 wide out of turn number 2. They still go 3 wide into turn number 3. Can they make it all the way through? They're going to try. Oh, trouble for Perk. Looks like he missed a gas pedal or something. Lopez to the outside with 2 laps to go. So you got the battle of the 29s. Jose Lopez to the top side. High, wide, and handsome out of turn number 2. Into turn number 3. Can Jennings come back on the bottom? Here we go. White flag. 1 more lap to go. Battle there for second between Perk in the 12 and Jennings in the 29J. Adam will get second spot in that 12. He might get to Lopez, but I don't know if he's going to have enough time. Into turn 3. Up out of turn number 4. Jose Lopez from shotgun to the win in heat race number 4. He wins over Adam Perk in the 12. Jennings in the 29J rather, and Kevin Natek there in the 7. So entertaining heat races here for the factory stocks. As we said, 29 strong. We will be running a B main. Don't know how many cars, how many laps as of just yet, but it looks like there will be a B main coming up here for the factory stocks.
Here they come on the track. Bobby Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas. Special guest here tonight as we honor Arden Vickery. And I'm here in the Arden section over here. And this will be fun having DCRST here tonight as we honor old number 72.
Yeah, DCRST coming in strong tonight. 18 strong here, car count here. So a couple of heat races here for the Dwarf Car Race Series of Texas. Do the running order kind of as they are. Robert Smith in the 12 on the pole. The 562, that's David Kahanek. In the 56, that's Joe Sanzig. Dylan Budnick in the 25. Taylor Land, that would be the 39, I think, that just went down the front straightaway. And the 2A is Alan Brown. I don't see Alan out there either, unless I'm blind, which is not necessarily uncommon, as I try to look down and read lineups. Oh, there he is. There's Alan. Alan Brown in the 2A rounding out the field there. So you got a 56 and a 562. The good news is the 56 is really easy to read with Joe Sanzig there in the white 56. Kahanek in the 562. That would be the orange, good Lord. That'd be the yellow 562 machine. So we'll get it right as they get ready to come. Looks like they can't get the car started down there on the back straightaway. Looks like it's either a starting issue. Looks like it's locked in gear right now.
Little delay right here. I don't know if we're waiting for, oh yeah, we're waiting for one car. Get a little shove over here. Car 39 with the shove. Yeah, Butch calls it got to be a starter or something like that, because that one just ain't going, so that's not the way you want to start your night right there. Car 39 off the racetrack. Showing them one this time by.
Showing them one once again this time by. Recap the running order. Then the orange and white number 12, that's Robert Smith. Outside in the 562, David Kahanik. Joe Sanzig in the 56. Dylan Budnick in the 25. Taylor Land was the car unable to make the call for the green flag in that 39 car. And Alan Brown in the 2A. That's your 5 cars. Heat race number 1 of 3. Dwarf Car Race Series of Texas here at Texana. The lights are out, looking them over. We get ready to go green right now. Here we go. And here they go, 3 wide out of turn number 2 right off the bat. Budnick on the inside, Kahanik up on the outside. Smith right there in the middle. But Dylan Budnick, man, what a rocket off that second row. Now good run from Kahanik in that yellow 562. They go side by side down in the back straightaway into turn number 3. Kahanik has it for now. Budnick has it on the bottom, though. They're going to come side by side out of turn number 4. Dead heat at the flag stand. Trouble there for Brown in the 2A out of turn number 4. Hopefully he's not going to damage his battle for the lead. This time Kahanik on the inside, Budnick up on the outside. Here they go with the crossover. Now Budnick back to the inside. He's got the lead for now. Goes around Brown in the 2A. Now Kahanik almost got to the backside of him, a little bit of bumper tag. Halfway home, 4 down, 4 to go. Heat race number 1 of 3 here for the DCRST. So Budnick now taking over a little bit of the lead here. A couple of car lengths, about half a straightaway length lead over Kahanik in the 562. Dylan's an old dwarf car guy. He went to that academy over there with Professor Art and Vickery, so he's fired up tonight to try to win one. 2 more laps to go here for heat race number 1 for the DCRST. Into turn 3, up out of turn number 4, coming to the white flag. 1 more lap around for your leader, Dylan Budnick, in that black and white number 25. Kahanik's been fast, but I don't think he's got what it takes to catch him. Into turn number 3, up out of turn number 4. Dylan Budnick wins over David Kahanik. And Robert Smith runs out your top 3 here in heat race number 1 for the DCRST.
Speedway about a month or so ago, and he's 2 out onto the racetrack.
As indeed, here we go, heat race number 2, the lineup up front on the pole in the side. In the 11, that's Austin Garrett. Inside the next row is Danielle Long in the 08. James Fitzgerald back on the racetrack. The 3S, that is Skylar Usamsky on the backside. Here we go, green and going. It checks out pretty early here on heat race number 2 over Jerry Book in the 2. Coming to the outside of the 22 of Kay Moore. Here comes Moore in that 22 to the outside of the 2 of Jerry Book. Jerry Book is sitting duck. Indeed he is. Meanwhile, up front and checking out in the 11, that's Austin Garrett as he comes by, completing lap number 3. Moore in second. Now the battle there for third. There goes Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald has it. Fitzgerald will take third from Jerry Book. That's your top 3 as they run halfway home. 4 down, 4 to go. Heat race number 2. Right now, closest battle on the racetrack is that battle for the lead between Austin Garrett and the 11 and the 22C of Moore. Moore pulling in ever so slightly every single lap, gaining on the leader. There goes Moore right to the backside. A car link separates them. Now as they come out of turn number 2, Moore with a rocket ship coming to the inside of Garrett in that 11 car. As they come, 2 more laps to go as Moore takes the lead from Garrett out of turn number 4. Let's see if they can do the crossover. Some more in that 22. Here he comes. He's going to see the white flag out of turn at number 4. There indeed it is. One more lap around Texana Raceway Park. Into turn 3, up out of turn number 4. Corey Moore wins. Austin Garrett second. Looks like going to be Jerry Book third. James Fitzgerald will be 4th. And Skylar Usamsky rounds out the top 5 there in the red at number 3.
Oh, man, I got to tell you, Bobby, races like that is when I get the bug. Races like that is when I want to pull that old car back out and maybe give it a whirl a time or two. Ask me at the end of the night, depending what happens in that feature race or that other class.
You should have just brought it anyway. You might rethink it after we watch this next heat race. These guys are fast as they start running here. Up front in the 23H, that's Brandon Hicks. Keegan Moore in the 1K. Adam Staley in the 93. Mickey Land in the 49. The 18F starting shotgun is Chad Friesler. And one of the hot shoes, won a couple of races this season, the 41T. That is Dustin Rude pulling double duty both in the DCRST and in the IMCA Mods Light. So he'll start back, but he won't be back there long. As everybody kind of comes around the 93 of Staley, that'll open up the door. The 23H, Hicks is your leader. Then the 1K of Keegan Moore in second. Here comes Dustin Rude in the middle for third. As your leaders get a little crossed up there in turn number 2 between Hicks and Moore. Here comes Dustin Rude on the outside. Rude loves the high line. As they come into turn number 1, he's got second spot over Moore in that 1K. Now the battle will be between the 23H of Hicks and the 41T of Dustin Rude. Rude now coming. The crossover right here. He's going to dive down out of turn number 2 underneath the 23 of Hicks. They get close, but Rude there on the bottom. Slides up just a little bit, but clean pass. Hicks is going to try the crossover, but I think Rude's got too much speed. Indeed he does. Halfway home. 4 down, 4 to go. Heat race number 3 here for the DCRST. Hot spot going to be that battle there for second between Hicks and the 23H and the 1K of Keegan Moore. Hicks has it on the top side. Moore looking to the inside out of turn number 2. Hicks will have the advantage on the top side. Moore to the inside as they go into turn number 3. Moore lets off the gas. That gives Hicks the preferred line on that top side. Here comes Moore back to the bottom. 2 more laps to go. New second place machine. Keegan Moore in the 1K, but don't count out Hicks to the top side. White flag out, 1 more lap around for the 41T of Dustin Rude. Keegan Moore second, Brandon Hicks in third. Into turn 3, up out of turn number 4. All by himself, give the heat race win to Dustin Rude in the 41T. Keegan Moore second, Brandon Hicks third, and Mickey Land in the 48. Rounds out your top 4 here in the third and final heat race for the Dwarf Car Race Series of Texas. All right, so I'll give you the lineup as they are on the sheet, not necessarily the way they are on the racetrack, but I think a couple of these guys are going to start shotgun. The 46X, that's Trent Dixon starting. I think he's going to start in the back. 30K, that's Cody Leonard. BD2, that's Daniel Preston. The 7, that's Michael Pesic. The 11T, Tommy Grothuse. The BD1, that's Eddie Ross. The 96 is Jared Maupin, and the 779, that's Cody Beto. And that is your lineup. Looks like indeed Dixon is going to start shotgun on the field in the 46X, so that'll move the BD2 at Daniel Preston up along the 30K of Cody Leonard. So 8 cars, 8 laps, one and only heat race here in the limited sport mods for tonight's race in action. Just got confirmation from race control in the factory stocks. We're going to run them all, no B-main, so 29 cars will start the feature in the factory stocks. Meanwhile, back to green here in your limited modifieds. Cody Leonard checking out on Daniel Preston in that BD2. Hot spot on the racetrack already. He's going to be that battle there for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Watch the 96 of Jared Maupin. Maupin to the inside of the 11T of Tommy Grothuse. 2 of your powerhouses in both the limited modifieds and the big IMCA modifieds. So there goes Maupin to the inside of the BD1 of Daniel Preston. So give Maupin second spot as he starts checking out. Can he catch the 30K of Cody Leonard? So Cody now checked out. Jared Maupin in second, BD2 of Daniel Preston in third, Tom Grothuse in fourth, BD1 of Eddie Ross is fifth, and in sixth, that is the 779 of Cody Beto. Battle there for third between the BD2 of Daniel Preston and the 11T of Tommy Grothuse. Now they come. Give Grothuse that third spot. So 2 more laps to go there for the 30K of Cody Leonard. I don't think Maupin's going to have enough time to catch him. Maupin's going to get close, so Cody to the top side. Jared slamming that thing in there. White flag, 1 more lap to go. Jared's going to get close in that 96. Trouble there for Grothuse, spinning out of third. Tough break, last corners. Oh, here comes Maupin. Maupin to the inside. Can he make it stick? Oh, they're going to go side by side. Cody Leonard wins over the 96 of Jared Maupin. Battle for third, BD1. Eddie Ross wins over the BD2 of Daniel Preston, winning third spot, that is.
I can tell you, Bobby, that right there is going to be some kind of feature race right there. When they get ready to do that in the main event, it's really, really going to get good. Now I'm over in turn number 1. How we doing over here in turn number 1, everybody? Everybody awake over here? Okay, turn 1 is good. Turn 1 is good down here. They got some rowdies along the front over here, so good stuff happening here.
All right, so we go heat race number 1 for the street stocks. Up front on the pole in the 33Z, that is James Zarbach. Robert Danielson outside of the row in the 87. Brad Hayes in the 9. Joe Boop in the 67, and Travis Schmidt in the 74. We had 5 cars, 8 laps, heat race number 1 for the street stocks. It looks like we are missing somebody. Oh, there it is. There's the 9. The 9 of Brad Hayes is who we were missing. So lights out, we're going to get ready to turn them loose here in the street stocks. We are green and going. So Danielson in that 87 jumping right out to the lead. Here comes the 67 of Joe Boop. Bop, Boop, it's got 2 O's. I'm going to go with Boop. Zarbach's hanging tough in that black number 33. The Joe's to the outside in the 67. He's got it. Gonna get a good run there on Danielson in that 87. So Danielson's still your leader. You got Joe in the 67 running second. Zarbach in the 33Z running third. Hot spot on the racetrack is still that battle there for second. Now Zarbach looking to the inside of Boop in that 67. So Danielson's still checking out on that battle for second spot. Danielson's gone. He's about a half straightaway link lead ahead in the black and white number 87. Now side by side there for second again. Boop has it in that 67. Watch Zarbach looking to the inside as they come around. So give Boop the spot for second right here, right now. Zarbach keeps trying that bottom side, but I don't know if it's going to work for him. This time by 2 more laps to go for Robert Danielson, your leader here in heat race number 1 for your street stocks. Out of turn number 4, white flag in hand. Robert Danielson, 1 more lap to go. Into turn 3, coming up out of turn number 4, Saturday Night Stroll for your winner. Car number 87, Robert Danielson wins. Joe Boop second in the 67. And James Zarbach in the 33Z rounds out your top 3 here in the heat race for your street stocks.
Man, I love me some Outlaw street stocks. You get different body styles out there, open motor, you get these things just sound so mean with the street stocks, man. That's what it's all about right there. Good racing in the street stocks.
All right, 18 strong here in your IMCA Modified Big Fast Shaft qualifying event. $1,200 to win, so an extended purse here for the Big IMCA Modifieds. Here we go up front in the 44X, Brandon Welker. The 53X, that's Matt Fox. The 53XX, that's Chandler Fox. Dylan Tyndall in the 86, Cody Leonard in the 12, and Caleb Cellier in the $4. So Cody having to make some quick work there, changing from one car to the other. He's got that Longhorn dialed in. So Dylan Tyndall in the 86, he's taken off. He's got the lead. Battle there for second between Fox. Or no, that's the 44, Welker. So Welker on the outside, Cody Leonard in the 12 on the inside. So sliding in there for second. Welker still has it on the top line. Leonard down on the bottom, not able to make the pass. So Dylan Tyndall, your leader, he comes from Central Texas to race for the big money tonight in the 86. Welker second, Cody Leonard third. Caleb Cellier in the $4 runs fourth. So we are halfway home, 4 down, 4 to go. Heat race number 1 here for your IMCA Modifieds. Now Leonard going to try to the bottom again, to the inside. So caution's going to come out there for the 53 of Fox. That car never really got up to speed from the start of the heat race. I think that's the 53X of Matt Fox. Numbers are hard to read from here. Little bitty X's on those cars.
Hey, Bobby, I'm over turn number 4 now. Don't forget, kiddos, you can come over here if you make a basket. If you make a basket, and a free soda, as I've got 2 beers in my hand. But anyway, yeah, come make a basket over here. Recycle. Do some recycling.
As they get ready to go, Texas two-step restart. Dylan Tyndall on a roll by himself. Cody Leonard and Welker on the outside. Here we go. Green and going. Heat race number 1. Cody Leonard able to take second spot after that restart, but it's been all Dylan Tyndall all. Oh, track starting to dry out. It's going to be dry, slick all night long. So what a good move there by Welker to the outside of Cody Leonard as they go off into turn number 3. Cody's going to try the bottom again. We are 2 laps to go right here, right now. Hot spot on the racetrack. That battle there for second between Cody Leonard. Welker had it, but Welker loses it out of turn number 2. Nobody pops him. If he gets it going, he stays right there. Caution's going to have to come out. Brandon Welker in the 44X. Caution indeed comes out. Welker dead in the water down there in turns 1 and 2. Well, he was dead in the water. I think he's got one of those electrical issues where the car doesn't want to start until it sees a yellow light. But he pulls high, pulls off into the hot pit anyway, so we're still a couple of laps remaining here in this one. Looks like we'll have a green-white checker. Have a green-white checker finish up front. Dylan Tyndall is your leader. Cody Leonard chooses the inside of row number 2. Caleb Cellier in the $4. And then you got Chandler Fox in the 53XX. That's your top 4 cars. That's the 4 cars remaining from the battle of heat race number 1 here in your IMCA Modifieds. Light job, we're looking them over. Here we go, green flag. So Tyndall takes the restart. He's going to get a challenge from Cody Leonard in that 12 car. White flag, one more lap to go. Leonard's going to try the bottom. Not sure how much he's going to have. Into turn 3, up out of turn number 4. Leonard's going to get close, but not close enough. Dylan Tyndall out of turn number 4 will win heat race number 1 over Cody Leonard, Caleb Sellier, and Chandler Fox. In the 4th spot, that is heat race number 1 here in your IMCA Modifieds. All right, here we go. Heat race number 2 lineup up front in car number 77, Robert Lisi. On the outside in the blue, number 94 from Taylor, Texas, that is Chris Morris. Gilbert Atsamia in the 56, Chris Galeon in the 81, Foster Ellison in the 96 on the inside of row number 3, and Chris Swinson coming back to the racetrack, rounding out your top 6 cars. So 8 laps again for heat race number 2. So right away, Chris Morris gets the advantage, jumping up on the outside. He likes that high line. Lisi in second in the 77. 81 to Chris Galeon runs third. He's looking for second. Here comes Chris Swinson in that orange number 83. The hot spot there, that battle for second, third, and fourth. Galeon now has second there in the 81. 77 Alisi right there too. Here comes Chris Swinson, cautions out. Trouble there in turn number 4, the 56 of Amazita. Spins in turn number 4, brings the caution out, so you get a Texas 2-step restart to re-rack him and restack him.
That's really, Bobby, I just heard a great joke over here at turn 4, but I know we have a PG-13 audience over here, so I can't repeat it, but great stuff, man. Chris Morris had some rough luck last weekend. We didn't see him at Waco, but that thing is hooked up. He didn't want this yellow flag right here, so we'll see if he's able to hold on or get that advantage back out once again.
All right, so yes, indeed, Texas 2-step restart here. Chris Morris in the 94, Chris Galeon in the 81. In the 83, and Foster Ellison in that 96. 5 cars remaining here in heat. To the ground, and we go racing here in the IMCA Modifieds. So just as figured, Chris Morris is gone. Right there, battle for third. Chris Swinson diving down to the inside, trying to go for third. He's got third for now. Now he's going to go after Galeon in the 81 for second. As we come halfway home, 4 down, 4 to go. Heat race number 2 here in the IMCA Modifieds. All All right, battle there for second spot, starting to heat up again between Galeon and the 81 and the 83 of Chris Swinson. Swinson getting closer and closer to the backside of the 81. Trouble there down on the back straightaway between the 77 and the 96 cars going down the back straightaway right in front of the pit exit. I guess technically the exit to the pits on the track.
Bobby, this 94 car of Morris, you can watch him work in the corners, and that car just rotates so nicely. When he gets to the middle of the corner, he lets that car just dig in over on the right side. And when that right front tire digs in, he gently stabs the gas, and the car just rotates nicely. He has got some kind of setup on that. Track is working in really nicely here. I really like the way the track is working in. So we'll see, though, because as the night goes on, you're going to get more rubber on the racetrack. Track's going to dry up a little bit. We don't have any dust or anything happening. So we'll see how that changes. I talked to Rusty Head. His car was really, really good in the factory stock race. But depending on what the track does a little bit later, we'll see if he's good then. Man, I do sound like Joe Spillman, don't I? I sound like I know what I'm talking about.
You do sound like Joe Spillman. Maybe you need to put the Hawaiian shirt on, and you'll be just like Joe Spillman.
Yeah, Hawaiian shirt and a top hat. Hawaiian shirt and a top hat.
I guess I got the hat game going for you today. Put the party hat back on. It's been about 5 years since I put the party hat on, but we're trying to have some fun here at Texana Raceway Park on Revved Up Sports Show night and Father's Day weekend here in Flag City, USA. At least that's what the sign says in Edna, right when you come in on 111. So have to get some local research to figure out why they actually call this place Flag City, USA. So it looks like they got some issues trying to separate the cars down there in turn number 3, so it may take a minute. Now's your chance to take a pause for the cause. Hey, Rodney, are we still doing the Power Wheel thing at intermission? Did you ever figure that out?
What's that?
Did you ever figure out we're doing the Power Wheel thing at intermission?
I don't know. There's a lot of kids running around, so I hope we are, because they may have come especially for that. I'll find out. I'll do a little bit of legwork over here. I'm just kind of making my way around the areas over in turn 4, but I just can't tell them over the P8. But we will find out about the Power Wheels.
All right, as we get ready, because I think we're almost done with our heat races. But once we get the cars separated there on the back straightaway, it looks like they're locked together pretty good, or a lot better than what it looks like from over here. So get going here. All right, so we got Foster Ellison clear of the incident there on the back straightaway. Got him, granted, needs a little bit of a nose piece there on it. Just take a little sledgehammer to work on some of that, but no major damage from what it looks like. All the tires seem to be pointing remotely close in the right direction as best they can. So it looks like they're going to push the 77 off the track into the pit exit back there. So tough break there for Lisi in the 77. And we are green and going here in the IMCA Modified. So right away, Chris Morris checking out right where he left off on the heat race before. So Galen there in second. Oh, Chris Swinson bouncing off the wall out of turn number 2. See the sparks are flying. Oh, but he's got that hammer down on the outside. Chris Swinson not giving up. 2 more laps to go. Hot spot there. That battle there is for second spot. Galen in the 81 has it. Chris Swinson in that orange number 83. He wants it. Chris Morris, white flag. 1 more lap to go. Still the hot spot for second. Between the 81 and the 83. Look at that right rear brake. Just a glowing and shattering the sparks when Chris showers down on the brakes going into turn number 1 and turn number 3. Out of turn number 4, Chris Morris picks up the win. Chris Gailey in second, Chris Swinson third, Foster Ellison fourth. And that's the way they end up, the top 4 in heat race number 2 for your IMCA Modifieds. Oh, we got a hot and heavy lineup here for heat race number 3 on the IMCA Modifieds. Up front on the pole in 741, that is Cameron Starry. On the outside of him in the 96M, that's Jared Maupin. BD1, that's Marcus Miklinchek. 84E, that's Kevin Goodwin. Jeremy Davenport in the 91, and Ryan Slott in the 49. Looks like we're missing somebody. I think we're missing Slot in the 49. And I believe that Slot right there coming out of turn number 4. So re-racking the running order here. So Cameron Starry pulling double duty in a factory stock and in an IMCA modified. 96M Jared Maupin pulling double duty in the IMCA modified and the sport modified. BD1 Marcus Miklinchek, you might recognize that name if you're from South Texas Racing. His dad is Lawrence Miklinchek. 84E Kevin Goodwin, 91, that's Jeremy Davenport. 49 is Ryan Slott, and that should be Slott pulling on the racetrack right there. And yes, indeed it is. So 6 cars, 8 laps, heat race number 3 for your IMCA Modifieds.
And Bobby, I did get confirmation. We are doing Power Wheel races, and we're giving out go-kart trophies at intermission.
We're green and going here in heat race number 3. And right off the bat, Maupin from the outside of the front row, he takes off. Watch that BD1 and Miklinchek. Miklinchek normally runs a sport mod. Caution's out. Looks like they didn't like that start. Going to re-rack and restack again. That's the only thing I can think of.
Hey, Bobby, I love this car count here with the modifieds. At Waco last night, everybody was asking me, hey, where's all the modifieds? Where's the modifieds? Well, they wound up here in Flag City, USA at Texana Raceway Park. Of course, they're racing for a little bit of extra money tonight, so that always helps. Good field.
Yeah, 18 strong. We got rocking and rolling here in Edna for your IMCA Modified. So it looks like they got the... They get ready to turn them loose one more time. Third and final heat race upcoming here for the IMCA Mod. All right, so lights are out. Starry in the 741, Maupin in that 96M. That is your top 2 on the front row. We turn them loose. Here we go. Green flag. So Maupin in that 96M, that Longhorn chassis car, checking out right now. Oh, look at their left rear of Starry, and that 741 got lifted up by Ryan Slott in that 49. So hot and heavy racing action. Maupin in the 96M's your leader. Trouble there for the 84. Loops it out of turn number 4. He keeps it going straight. No harm, no foul, no caution. Maupin your leader in the 96M. The BD1, Markless Miklinchek. The 49, that is Ryan Slott. 741, Cameron Starry. That is your top 4. As they all come down the front straightaway. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right now, battle is shaping up to be that battle for the lead. Maupin gets him on the straightaway. That BD1 with Miklinchek able to pull up on the corner. So halfway home, 4 down, 4 to go. Heat race number 3 in your IMCA Modifieds. As they come out of turn number 4, that battle's getting closer and closer. We'll see if anybody's got anything for Jared Maupin, who had the lead from the start, right from the jump on the outside. Up the front row. So this time by, we should see it 2 more laps to go. For your leader, the 96 in at Jared Maupin. Oh, Miklinchek's going to try to make it close. I don't think he's going to have enough time. White flag, 1 more lap around. So into turn 3, up out of turn number 4, picking up the heat race win. Jared Maupin in the 96M wins over Markless Miklinchek, Ryan Slott, and Cameron Starry, your top 4. And Davenport in the 91 rounds out your top 5 here in third and final heat for the IMCA Modifieds. All right, that is indeed the end of the preliminary heat race portions of tonight's racing action. So as we said, we'll be having some Power Wheel races. So kiddos, if you hadn't gone and got your Power Wheels, go get your Power Wheels. Try to make some Father's Day memories. Also, don't forget we got the $1 Lone Star Light and Lone Star beer down at the concession stand. And so if now's your chance, take a pause for the cause, get you some Kona Ice, get you some adult beverages, take a pause and have a good time, and we'll get ready for some trophy presentations for the go-kart races earlier today, and then we'll get ready for main event racing action tonight here at Revved Up Sports Show Night, Father's Day edition at Texana Raceway Park.
All right, so Power Wheel Race is coming up. And I don't think I need these. All right, so I guess these are for something else. No, I probably do need these. All right. I probably do need these. I think I know what these are for. So going down to the track right here. Father's Day weekend, so we figured, how about some Power Wheel Racing? That's always some fun stuff as we start to bring them out. And they're going to race on the go-kart track. All right, here we go. We're going to honor our winners here in the go-karts here on Father's Day weekend. So we're going to start with the Cage Youth Karts, and we'll go 3, 2, 1 as we're going to. And you guys need to make a lot of noise, if you would, race fans. Here at Intermission, make a lot of noise for these winners. Cage Youth Kart, third place finisher. It is Ryder Welker. Ryder Welker. Oh, there he is. There you go, buddy. Right there. Nice job, Ryder. Nice job. Yeah, we'll get them all together. All right, second place in the Cage Youth Karts. Out of Robstown, it is Wesley Howes. Howes or Housey? Howes. All right, Howes. Second place right there. And we got photo opportunities happening. And in the Cage Youth Kart, the winner out of Corpus Christi, Caden Pacheco. All right, now that's a. Oh, you're good. You guys take all the pictures you want. They're like looking every which way. They're like they got one eye pointed to the left, one eye pointed to the right. They're like, "Come on, you old people, take a damn picture." All right, so. All right, good job. Big round of applause right there, guys. Big round of applause. All right, here we go to the Cage Junior Karts. Third place out of LaPorte, it is Audrey Joe. Audrey Joe, third place. Nice run for that young lady right there. And she's got a Brittany Force shirt on. She's got a Brittany Force shirt on. That's how it's all about. Yes, stay right here. We'll do a group picture at the end. Second place out of Portland. Give it up for Tripp Whitmire. And first place in the junior carts, it's James Howes. James Howes, the winner in the junior carts. There they are. Junior cart winners. Big round of applause, race fans, for these young racers. I like that. Well done, well done. All right, here we go. On to the seniors. On to the seniors, your top three right here in the go-karts. And this was, depending when you got here, this was all before, this all was like at 5 o'clock. So that's when all of this went on. Third place out of Corpus Christi. Big round of applause for Hunter Porter. Hunter Porter, third place in the seniors. Smile. I love it. That's so I've heard that like 1,000 times since we started. Smile. Smile. It's like school picture day. School picture day. All right, second place out of Richmond, William Saley-Lair. Now that's a smile. He knows what to do. I think he's got it right there. Not that you didn't. You did just fine. You did just fine there, Hunter. And your winner in the seniors out of East Bernard, big round of applause, Trent Dixon. Trent Dixon, and standing in there. Yeah, he's getting ready for the E-Mod, so we got a stand-in. We got a stand-in of a stand-in. Very well done in the senior carts. Big round of applause, everybody. Our kart racers here tonight at Texana Raceway Park. They were out racing in the 100-degree heat. They did it, and they did it well. Go-kart races. And it's time to head down for Power Wheels, so we'll get set to go. All right, so the Power Wheels are set and ready to go. I think we're going to chase down a flag. We'll chase down a flag. Maybe we'll get one out of the flag stand. Well-oiled machine. Revved up sports show night at the races. Great night of action. Still got the main event set to go. Stocks, like we said, no B-main coming up tonight. No B-main. Going to start everybody. I know we lost a couple of cars. I think I saw a couple of broken axles and so forth. So we're hovering around 24, so everybody will race in that factory stock feature, and that should be a great one. All right, we are set to go. It'll be a one-lap race. One-lap race, and this will be the feature race for the Power Wheels. Hey, you guys want a 3-2-1, and then we'll throw the green flag? I think that'd be pretty cool on Father's Day weekend. So come on, crowd. I want to hear y'all very loud. I will help y'all. We're going to say 3-2-1. We'll drop the green flag, and then we'll send these massive vehicles off. All right, as loud as you can, fans. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Green flag. Here we go. Off we go with the Power Wheels. Look at her on the outside. She's going to the outside. She's looking around, and she's saying, bye-bye, bye-bye. Look at that. Sitting right in the center of the track. Almost goes inside the tire. Now parking it down at the bottom of the racetrack. Zigs around the tire. You got these two coming back behind him. Onto the back straightaway we go. Out of turn number 2. Sitting right in the middle of the track. She's found the sweet spot on the track. She leads by about 15 Power Wheel lengths. Down into corner number 3 she goes. To the top of the racetrack. Dropping it down. A wave to the corner worker. Second place is chasing. Here we come. Out of turn number 4. Checkered flag coming in the air. Right there is your winner in the Power Wheels. Here tonight at Texana Raceway Park. I thought she was going to burn it down. I thought she was going to do she's going to do another lap. She's not going to do a burnout. She's going to do another lap. Hey, might as well. Here comes the rest of the field. Second place right there. Second place coming across. And a nice stop, and we got the John Deere over there. You know, the John Deere kind of takes its time. You know, John Deere, when you see it out working, the John Deere is just a methodical, slow-working vehicle. Come this way, buddy. Come over here. Come over here, buddy. Here we go. Making his way across. Here he comes. Checkered flag right there for the John Deere. As he makes his way across, it is Chad Little in the John Deere. Oh, look out. Here comes the winner. I think the winner's ready to go again. So here we are with the winner. What's your name, sweetheart?
My name is Charlie.
Her name is Charlie. Charlie is the winner. And she wins here tonight at Texana Raceway Park. Let's talk to second place. We got photos happening. What's your name? Nice. Ollie, second place. Everybody's a winner. The beautiful green. What's your name, buddy? His name is Knox. Race fans, big round of applause right here for my Power Wheel racers as they take care of business on Father's Day weekend. Proud fathers down here tonight at Texana Raceway Park. So I found a young man down here. He just wanted to talk. What's your name, buddy?
Connor.
Connor, what'd you think of the races tonight?
Good.
It's a good thing. Are you excited? You know, Father's Day weekend, a night out at the track. How's everything going for you?
Good.
All right. Well, glad to hear it, man. A man of many words right here. It is Connor. Connor on the mic. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate your time.
Is your trusted source for premium dirt oval shocks. For dwarf cars to late models and everything in between. We also offer adjustable spoilers and adjustable shock mounts, upgrades, car setup service. Either run CRS shocks or you get outran by them. Call us today, 254-933-CRS1.
Babbitt takes the outside line. Babbitt door to door, window to window. Nicholas Hunter holding off all the charges. Should be 2 laps to go this time by. We have got a great mod light main event. Look at those 2 cars up front. Whoa! Corey Babbitt rushing hard.
For those of you who've never seen the greatest the world has ever revered, I'd like to introduce myself. Let's go! I'm out here making them mad, cause I got it. Too good at being too bad, cause I got it. Stop reaching and being sad, cause I got it. I just got it. I just got it.
They're going to drag race to the line.
All sorts of action going on down the backstretch.
Climbing out of the car, your feature winner. Took Patrick with the drive at the bottom of the racetrack.
They make contact coming to the checkers and trip.
From an old school racer, it's nice to see the racetracks.
Faulkner Bonchai moved to the top of the track. And how about James Shirley on the restart?
Throw the red, get him out of that car.
The 131 is Austin Ness Lonely. 74 is Michaela Trimble. The 17 is Kyla Ross. 46 is Trent Dixon. The 226 is David McBride. The 21 is Saber Navi. And the 43 of Caden Petty. That is your 12-car lineup. 20 laps here in the first main event of the night here at Texana Raceway Park. Lights are out. We're looking them over. We are going green flag racing right now. Right away, your two heat race winners. Perez in the 3, Fitch in that 23F, right there side by side. Battle for supremacy goes thick. This time Perez on the outside. Tries to take the point, and you've got the 23F of Fitch trying to hang back and keep the crossover from happening. So there's your hot spot. Still continues to be the battle for the lead between the 3 of Perez and the 23F of Fitch. This only runs third in that 131. All right, back to the lead. Your battle here, right here, between Gilbert Perez in the 3-car, JC Fitch in the 23F. They've now checked out over that 48 machine of Cooter Caney and the 04 Cooper Calibra. That is your top 4 as they run. 131 of Austin Ness Only runs 5th. Right now your battle continues to be hot spot. Is that battle now for 3rd between the 04 Calibra and the 48C of Cooper Caney. As they come out of turn number 4, Cooper in that 04 car, he's got a run of speed. He's able to check out over Cooter and end up coming in the 3rd spot. For the lead, starting to heat up again, now within a car length and a half. You've got Perez in the 3-car and the 23 of Fitch. Here comes Fitch looking to the inside. Fitch about a car length behind. Now she comes down into the bottom. They go side by side out of turn number 3. Perez up top. Fitch now still to the bottom. Fitch down to the inside. Perez leaves the top open, tries to come down to the bottom. Little contact, but no harm, no foul. Nesloni in the 131 off to the track on turn number 2, keeps it going. We stay green. And now Perez in that 3-car's open back up about a car length and a half over the 23F of Fitch. But your lead duo is about to get into some massive, massive traffic coming on this back straightaway at the back half of the field. Now your leaders are coming into heavy, heavy duty traffic. First, Perez now comes to the outside. He's been on the outside line the whole night. Now they're coming up on some heavy, heavy-duty traffic. First, the 226 of McBride down to the inside. Perez makes it to the outside. Now he's going to try to go around the 46X of Trent Dixon. Dixon to the top side. Now he's opened up some more room. Now he's going to come around to the yellow, the 21S of Summer Nave. Can he make the high line still continue to work? Indeed he does. Back up further to the outside. Laps around the other cars, no harm, no foul. In fact, he's opened up a bigger gap between himself and Fitch. So now Perez continues to lead as they come up to the outside. Now they're going to come up to the 43 of Petty. Oh, trouble for the Summer. In the 21S, spins out, coming out of turn number 4. There's another car up there. I think that is indeed the 23F of Fitch, your second place machine. So trouble there for your lead pack as they tried to negotiate the lap traffic. Your leader, Gilbert Perez, in the 3 car was able to go right through that traffic. No harm, no foul, no issues.
Oh, Bobby, that is where it gets so tough when you start trying to work starting to work through some of the back markers right there, and you come up on them just so fast. And you see as they get tied up right there. So obviously you're leading this race. The last thing you wanted to see was that caution flag, because that's going to pull the field all back together, and now it's a brand new race for everybody behind that race leader, Koliba.
Yeah, definitely not the caution that Perez himself wanted to see, because he was leaps and bounds ahead of everybody else, right? Just 4 or 5 car lengths ahead of the Fitch machine in that 23F. Now that's going to end up re-racking and restacking the field, so you have Perez on a line by his own, as we are just past halfway here in your E-Mod feature. So you'll end up having Calibra in second. That'll be the 48C of Cooter Caney running third. Then the 112 of Chris Dudley. 17 of Kyler Ross. We'll round out your top couple of rows here as they get ready to go for the Texas 2-step restart. I think the 74 Michaela Trimble is running all in order. I believe the way that the cars are on the racetrack is actually the right running order. So it looks like it won't take that much to get the field re-racked and restacked for the Texas 2-step restart. So everybody's been sitting on that front row. Get ready, because we've had some cars bounce off that wall all night long. Make sure you don't get any dirt in your dollar beer. That's not a good thing to happen. All right, here indeed we go. Texas two-step restart. Perez on the row all by himself. And you've got the 04 of Cooper Calibra, the 48C of Cooter Caney, 112 of Dudley, and the 17 of Kyler Ross. That is your top 5 as they get ready to rock and roll, re-rack, restack, and reload. Here we go, green and going in the E-Mods. That opens up the door right there. The 04 and the 48C gets together. It opens up the door for the 112 of Dudley. Meanwhile, just like it was before, the 3 of Perez is checked out. Trouble there further in the back. That's the 226 of David McBride spinning out of turn number 4. He keeps it rolling. We stay green. Back up front, the 04 Cooper Calibra. He's able to take off, get back around Dudley, move back up into second spot. Dudley back to third. Caney back to fourth. And Michaela Trimble rounding out your top 5. Right now, oh, trouble there for Michaela, right when we were talking about her in that black number 74. Little loosey-goosey off of turn number 2. Pulls to the infield. I don't know if that's going to be far enough, and indeed it's not far enough for the caution to not come out. Indeed it does.
Oh, Bobby, I got to tell you right there, man, if you're Perez, you are getting really anxious right here, because when that green flag comes out, he had checked himself out. Really nice hole shot move, and he was putting a nice cushion there on Coliba. But the caution flag comes out, so for Perez, it's all for naught, man. Re-rack, restack, we're going to try it again.
Yeah, Perez has definitely been the car to beat all night long. Won his heat race in dominating fashion. Has been pretty much the dominant car this entire entire main event here. So we will see. It looks like there's a couple of questions back and further in the pack between Kyler Ross in the 17 and the 43 of Petty, determining on who should be in front and behind. So we'll get it right once the scorers let the drivers know through Raceiver which way they need to be lined up. So once they do that, get everybody lined up, they'll re-rack and restack. Texas two-step restart. And enough of that. We are going green. Double further in the pack. The 46 of Dixon and the 21 of Summer Nave get together. Summer pointed the wrong direction in turns 3 and 4, stuck on the tire. And let's see, she gets it rolling. Let's see how it shakes out. Let's see if Perez is able to make sure he gets around her. He checks up, battle there for second now between Dudley and the 112 and the 04 Calabra. So now Perez able to get across, no harm, no foul. Here comes Calibra coming to the outside of the 21. A white flag, one more lap to go. It's all by himself on the back straightaway. Into turn number 3. Coming up out of turn number 4, he will see the checkered flag and collect first career win. Gilbert Perez III wins at Texana Raceway Park over Cooper Calibra. Chris Dudley in the 112, Cooter Caney in the 48C. Finally going to victory lane, picking up the big win is the 3 machine of Gilbert Perez.
All right, heading down here to Texana Raceway Park, victory lane, your winner right there. It is Gilbert Perez III as he wins here tonight at Texana Raceway Park. Fantastic drive. Gets out to the front. Track champion comes up second. But when it's all said and done, it is a driver right here of car number 3. That will park it in victory lane. He'll get set to jump out of the car as he takes all the safety gear off. And we will jump him out there. He idles it down. Now the car's off. All right, here we go. It's going to be a happy family down here as he gets ready to jump out, winning here tonight at Texana Raceway Park. Just a matter of seconds. He can hear you. Gilbert Pettis III is your winner here tonight at Texana Raceway Park. As he makes his way around, here is the hardware. Man, what a night for you. We'll put you over here next to that. Oh, sorry about that, Bobby. I forgot about that. Man, what a night. Let's talk about it. I mean, you win the heat race. You dominate the feature. This car was running on a rail tonight.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. The car was good. I've been working hard all season. I haven't had the luck we wanted this year, and we finally got it done. Got the gorilla off our back. I call it a gorilla, not a monkey. And it feels good to be back in the winner's circle.
So, Gilbert, talk about all the great folks that help you. I mean, this is so much of racing. I mean, I've done this for so long. This is a family sport. You've got family. You got people that are behind you. Tell everybody, all the folks that are getting you on the track.
First and foremost, I want to thank Lawrence and Marcus Megaltech. Them guys work with me really hard and get this thing going in very fast. I can't thank R&M Installs enough. Armor All, Express Detailing, Anna's House, Top Notch Tumble, CD Electric, Cage Suspension. Who else? I haven't planned for this, but Mission Auto Parts. Those guys are awesome over there. Ace Transmissions, everybody, MMI, everybody.
There he is, your race winner here in the E-Mods. Gilbert Pettis III wins it tonight here at Texana Raceway Park. All right, main event action rolls on. Main event action rolls on. Bobby, back up to you. Revved Up Sports Show Night at Texana Raceway Park. Let's go some main event racing.
As indeed, congratulations. First win there for Perez in that number 3 car. Or Pettis. You always get the names right better than I do. So.
Oh, come on. We got to get that one right. Perez is okay. I mean, Perez is okay. But I say Pettis. No, it's all good. Either way. Great family, great win. He parks it in victory lane here tonight.
As we get ready for the next main event to come rolling on, don't forget, still got some concessions food still available for you. And I think the Kona ice cream, or the Kona ice truck is still there. I haven't got a chance to see it from the other side, but for what I've seen, it seems like that's been a very popular type of beverage this evening for a lot of people here tonight.
I think what you ought to do, go get you a Kona Ice, and this is if you're grown, not for the youngsters. Go get you a Kona Ice, drop a little dabble of that dollar Lone Star Light in there. Make you sleep a little better tonight. Give that a shot.
That's right. If you haven't overindulged yourself on the dollar beer, make sure you find yourself a responsible driver to take you home. I don't know if they have Uber in Edna. I'm not sure about that. I love this little town, but I'm not sure. I think the McDonald's closes at like midnight, so there's no telling what else is open after midnight around here. Whataburger? Was Whataburger at Edna open 24 hours?
Is there a Taco Cabana over here anywhere? No, there's not a Taco Cabana. Oh, my goodness. Houston? Oh, man. I don't want it that bad. It ain't that good. It's not quite that good.
All right, here we go. Feature time for your IMCA mod lights. Here's how they're supposed to line up. The 17 of Jeremy Buxton. The 22 of Chris Buxton. That's your front row. The 04 of Joseph Penny. The 19R of Dustin Rude. The 46 of Dawson Fisher. 41 of Willie Veach, the 6 of Eric Salas, 18F of Chad Fugile, the 23H of Aaron Stevens, and the 66 of Douglas Wright. That is your lineup. 10 cars, 20 lap main event here for your IMCA Mod Lights. All right, lights are out. Here we go. Got the Buxtons on the front row. Pace is slowed down, but it'll heat up pretty fast with these IMCA Mod Lights. Into turn 3, up out of turn number 4. Green and going. Here we go. IMCA Mod Light feature race. Oh, everybody slid up high. Both the Buxton did 3 wide. Bottom, he gets inside one of the Buxtons. Now he's going to try to go to the point as they go out of turn number 4. Joseph Penny takes the lead over Chris and Jeremy Buxton as they go off into turn number 1. Give it to cautions out. Trouble in turn. Down there in turn 1, or now there's one down in turn number 4.
Hey, back to the whole restaurant thing. I think Edna's the kind of town where I think you'll agree with me on this.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Waffle House in Edna.
Or a Huddle House.
Probably cheap. About $60,000. Not a lot of money, not much.
Maybe they can petition like they're trying to do in San Antonio to put a Waffle House in San Antonio.
Yeah. Just raise enough stink, and it'll show up. I know in my hometown of Lockhart, everybody wanted a Schlotzsky's. They finally built it, nobody goes.
Yeah, that's how it works. So trouble there for Salas in the 6. Rough night there, got even rougher. If that's the way to talk about it. We're lined up and ready to go. Green and going here in your IMCA Mod Lights. So Joseph Penny in the 04 is your leader. Then you got the Buxtons, Chris Buxton and Jeremy Buxton. Coming up there is going to be the 19R of Dustin Rude. So Rude to the inside of Buxton. As they come around, move Dustin Rude up to second spot. Don't forget Rude pulling double duty, runs both this race with the IMCA Mod Lights and the Dwarf Car Race Series of Texas, doubling up. Running both races tonight. Oh, trouble there for, oh boy. One of the cars in turns 1 and 2 spinning back around. I think it's the 17. Can't make the number out completely from here, but it looks like it is the 17. Jeremy Buxton in the 17.
Oh, that right there is not the best feeling when you're sitting right in the middle of the corner. That field is bearing down on you. They're coming fast. You're trying to start the car and it just won't start. But of course, we talk about it all the time, Bobby. It's funny how the car won't start. That yellow flag comes out. Man, it fires right up. It just fires up every time.
It's an electrical issue is what it is. Car doesn't want to start until they see the yellow light. As soon as that light hits on, that electrical problem works itself out and the car fires right back up.
Yeah, that yellow light on the racetrack is like an additional fuel injector with these cars. It just makes them fire right up and get set to go. Lights are out. Back up to BC.
Lights are out, back ready to go. You got the Joseph Penny in the 04, Dustin Rude in the 19R. That is your top two as we get ready to go. Re-racked and restacked and ready to go here. IMCA Mod Light feature event at Texana Raceway Park, and we are green and going one more time. So got a new player there in third, Dawson Fisher in the black number 46, trying to be one of the players there between Penny, Rude, and now Fisher. There, 1, 2, 3 as they come. Here comes Rude trying to jump to the outside. Not going to happen this time. They go off into turn number 1. Same thing, diving down to the outside. There goes Dustin Rude. Still not going to make it happen. Joseph Penny's got a good run there on the bottom. Rude continues to go up to the top side, but just can't get the run that he needs to get around Joseph Penny in that 04. Now everybody playing nice. Everybody single file all the way through the field as they try to get everything locked and loaded and ready to go for the back half of the main event here for your IMCA Mod Lights. Trouble there for Penny. Penny slid up a little bit in between 1 and 2. That there for a second opened the door for Dustin Rude, but Dustin not able to take advantage of it. Still falls in the second spot. Now coming through. Rude now back on the gas, now within a car length behind him, trying to keep back up with Joseph Penny. Penny just gets such a great run off of turns number 2 and turns number 4. Rude just not able to capitalize on it. Meanwhile, Joseph Penny still takes off down the front straightaway. The recap in the running order, you got Joseph Penny in the 04, your leader. Dustin Rude, the 19R, in second. Dawson Fisher in the 46 in third. New player, Willie Veach in the blue and orange, number 41. Rounding out your top 4. This time by as they get ready to come to it, you'll see the cross flags halfway home. 10 down, 10 to go here for your main event in your IMCA Mod Lights. So now Dustin Rude able to come back just a little bit closer onto the backside of Joseph Penny. So here he comes, now within 2 car lengths behind him. Rude gets really good going into turn 1 and into turn 3, but Penny just gets such an awesome run coming down the front straightaway. Just don't know if Rude's going to have what it takes to pass him without a bobble. There it is, there's the bobble that we needed for Rude to get a chance to come to the outside. Rude jumping up to the outside. Can he make a stick? Gonna try the crossover. Here comes Rude to the bottom. Not gonna happen this time. Now he's gonna try the top side. Rude able to get a good solid run up on the outside. Penny with that great run off of turn number 2. Here comes Rude with that great run going into turn number 3. Now Rude gonna try the crossover again. Not gonna happen. Joseph Penny still your leader over Dustin Rude. Oh, Penny with a bobble in turn number 1. Popped that little bit of the rut that's over there in turn number 1. Now Dustin Rude up to the outside. Can he make it stick to the outside? Outside, outside, and indeed he makes the pass on the outside. New leader, Dustin Rude. And now Dustin Rude able to take off to the top side. Don't count out Penny just yet. Joseph Penny looking back to the inside. Oh, Penny's got that good run, and they get together. They touch. Joseph Penny able to take the lead back down the front straightaway as they go off into turn number 2. Out of turn number 2, Penny with the great run on the inside lane. Going to come up on a lap machine here in just a lap. Rude not able to take advantage. Now he jumps up to the outside, and they're going to split the middle of the 22 lap machine. That was not what Dustin Rude needed to see. Now Penny getting caught between a couple of lap cars. They split them in the middle. 1, 2, 3. 4 wide for a second down the back straightaway. Now Dustin Rude back to the inside. Joseph Penny coming to the middle. And in trouble for turn number 2. No harm, no foul. We stay green and going with this great battle for the lead. So now Penny has it in that 0-4, coming up with just a couple of laps to go. Dustin Rude to the top side, not going to make it happen. Penny pulling off, takes off down the front straightaway as they get to the white flag. 1 more lap to go. Dustin Rude up to the outside. Can he make it stick? Not that time. Penny with a great run off at turn number 2. Into turn number 3. Rude's going to go for the crossover. Oh, he popped a tire. Joseph Penny wins. Dustin Rude second. Dawson Fisher third. Willie Veach in fourth. And that is how your top 4 in the IMCA Mod Light feature event here at Texana Raceway Park.
Joseph Penny, what a feature race right there. The race with Dustin Rude as they go toe-to-toe right there, trying to make... Whoa, there you go. That's a... Getting ready to park it down. Here we go. Getting ready to jump out of the car. A fantastic wheel-to-wheel race to end that one. As he will come right out of the lid up on the top side, winning it here in the IMCA E-Mods. There he is out of the car. Joseph Penny is your winner here tonight at Texana Raceway Park. And wins it in spectacular fashion. Here tonight, there is the hardware. Dude, take us through that. Take us from the restart to the end.
I knew they was back there. I could hear Dustin or somebody back there. I knew there was a couple good fast cars back there. Dustin showed me his nose and came by me that one time. I didn't know. I wasn't sure if I could get back by him, but we made it happen. Thank y'all to all the fans out here watching.
Absolutely. Big round of applause. Joseph Penny is your winner, as he does it here tonight at Texana Raceway Park. IMCA Mod Lights, it is Joseph Penny the winner, as he does it here at Texana Raceway Park. We continue rolling on. It is Revved Up Sports Show night at the races here at TRP.
Hey,
Going
Rodney,
back up to the top side of my man Showtime,
Rodney,
Bobby
find out how
Chaffee.
tall he is before he tries to climb himself in there, because he looks really tiny getting out of that car.
Dude, I got to tell you, man, he jumped out of that car, and I'm like looking up at him. I'm like, hello, sir.
Yeah.
How was that?
Yeah, not the tiniest of guys popping out of that thing. It's so crazy how some of these big, tall, skinny dudes get in these little bitty race cars. But it looks like he was able to hop out pretty quick because he knew he was coming to get that trophy. So that's how that works.
I'll have to tell everybody the funny story from when I was standing by my dwarf car at Corpus Christi Speedway. And guy pretty much walked up and said, "How does your big butt fit in that car?" And that was flattering back in that day.
Flattering. All right, we'll go with that. Here we go. Here comes the main event for your factory stocks. At one point, they were 29 strong. Not sure how many they got right now, but we'll talk about it as they get ready for their 20-lap main event. Here's how they line up on paper. Up front on the pole in the 44C, that's Cord Beard. Rusty Head in the 55R. Cameron Starry in the 741. Jose Lopez in the orange, number 29. Jacob Burnett in the 04. GW Hessong in the 747. Tony Blankenship in the 35. Adam Perks in car 12. Lynn Fox in the 14. Ryan Carlucci in the 34. Mickey Helms in the 174. Jason Jennings in the 29J. Michael Pesic in the 36B. Gary Butler in the blue number 6. Nathan Rauchi in the 25R. Kevin Natek in the white number 7. JJ Jennings is in number 27 inside of row number 9. Outside of row number 9, starting 10th, the 11 of Philip Pesic. Johnny Johnson in the 13, Jacob McElveen in the 14J, Joe Johnson in the 63J, Caitlin Leonard in the 9C, Matthew Dodson in the 132, Tim Lisi in car number 89, the 21G, that's Steve Grants. The 36 is Jed Bruce, 133, Megan Dotson, Johnny Westfall in the 9, and James Deere in the 15D. That's how they line up on the racetrack. Looks like we got them all fired up, ready to go and started. 20 big laps for your factory stocks here at Texana Raceway Park. That's a lot of cars. All right, 29 strong here in the factory stocks at Texana Raceway Park, live in person and all over the world at raceontexas.com. Here we go, Cord Beard, Rusty Head, that is your front row. We get ready to turn them loose here in the factory stocks. 20 big laps and it starts right now. And right away, already getting together. 44, Cord Beard, and a 55, a Rusty Head, side by side. Woo, they're already beating and banging. Watch Jose Lopez up in the 4th groove. Will he smack the wall? He gets close to it, but does not. Meanwhile, up front, Rusty Head, Cord Beard. Here comes Cameron Starry in the 741. Trouble further back in the pack. Got a couple of them spinning sideways. That'll probably bring out a caution if nobody gets rolling. Hey, Mickey Helms in the 174. Caution indeed is out. Action already hot and heavy here in the factory stocks.
I got to tell you, Bobby, the way they were leaning on each other in that first lap, I'm surprised they got that far before we had the first incident right there. And it looks like Carlucci got looched a little bit right there as he winds up getting turned around, but that 34 car gets going the right way. But over the front of the pack, I mean, Rusty Head, very aggressive on the start. Rusty Head jumps out to the front of the pack, but Cameron Starry, the 741, that youngster, I mean, he's just so good. He continues to amaze. Rusty Head slipping right there behind him. You got a little bit of youth versus old, and this is going to be really, really fun as we race this one out.
Yeah, it looks like we got 1 lap in, so 19 more laps to go in this one. Tough break there for Carlucci, as you said. He got a little bit of looch there to be turned around in turn number 1 and 2 right in the middle of the corner. So hopefully everybody else gets a chance to keep it straight, get them rocking and rolling. So really aggressive start, as you said, for Rusty Head in the 55R over the 44C of Cord Beard. Cord having a very strong 44C. Jiddu Hessong looks like he's finally got some of the mosquito spray done from outside of his car. Jacob Burnett in that 04 looked like he was getting. So it's going to be a barn burner here as we get ready with 19 laps, 1 down, 19 complete here in the.
Bobby, got to tell you a funny story. I was talking to Rusty Head earlier. He said on Super Bowl Sunday, he won that car for $150 in a Super Bowl pot. He won that car, and look how fast it is.
Sometimes it's better be lucky than good, I imagine, on occasion. So Rusty Head's up front as they get ready to line them up to re-rack them and restack them for the Texas two-step restart. you doing, man? Another day in paradise, right? There you see, trying to get him in order back there on the back straightaway out of turn number 2. Looks like we got a couple of guys further in the field that need to get a little bit of a swap into position. Once we do that, we'll get them lined up, get ready to turn them loose. And indeed we have. There you have Rusty Head, the 55R on the road by himself, Texas two-step restart style. Cord Beard on the outside of row number 2, Cameron Starr on the inside. Burnett in the 04, GW Hessong in that 747. That is your top 5 as they get ready to go back to racing here in the factory stocks. The light shot, Rusty Head looking him over. Rusty, he's a veteran. He will turn them loose when he's ready. He will turn the jets on. Right now he's in pre-ignition mode. He's going to turn the jets on right about now. Here we go. Green flag racing in the factory stocks. So right away, Rusty Head checking out. That'll put the battle there for second between Cord Beard in the 44C and Cameron Starry in that 741. Don't forget Cameron doing double duty in that 741 because he's running in the big IMCA modified main event later on. But now move Starry up a spot. He takes over second spot there from Cord Beard. Now the battle there for third between Burnett and that fourth between the 04 Burnett and the 747 and GW Hessong. Hessong gets a massive run off of turn number 4. You see the left front wheel popping up in the air. That'll move him up to fourth on the outside of Burnett. Now battle back up front there for second. Cord Beard back inside the 741 at Cameron Starry. Starry with the crossover. They beat, they bang, they touch. Whoo! A little bit of hanging out there for Cord Beard. Now back a row. Battle there for fourth. Burnett back to the inside of GW Hessong. That's your second, third, fourth, and fifth battle right there together, side by side, nose to tail, as they go off into turn number 3. Starry still to the inside. Cord Beard back up to the top side. Cord gonna get the run on the top side. Not gonna happen, not gonna clear him. Cameron Starry, great run, great car control on the inside. There goes Starry. Back up, gets a great run out of turn number 2. Into turn number 3, that's where Cord Beard makes up all the action, gets in really good. Cameron Starry's better, coming up off the corner. As they come, Cord with a better run up off the corner. They go side by side down the front straightaway. Now, into turn number 1, Cord Beard, about a half a car length advantage until they get out of turn number 2. What a great run by Cameron Starry. Starry able to take off. Now Cord in the 44C, jumps back up to the outside. Will he get the good run? No, Starry gets the better run, but they go side by side at the flag stand. Meanwhile, up front, your leader, the 55R, Rusty Head, is checked out. He's got about a half a straight length lead over this battle there for second between Cameron Starry in the 741 and Cord Beard in that 44C. Action hot and heavy all over the racetrack, but right now we're concentrating on that battle for second. It looks like Cord Beard has it. Or no, Cameron Starry has it for now. Cord Beard, caution out on the racetrack. Problem there in turn number, well, looks like there's an issue going into turn number 3. A couple of cars turned around the wrong way. Trouble there for Burnett. He's pulling off to the infield. Can't tell if he looks like he may have a right rear flat. All right, once we get everybody re-racked and restacked, we'll get them ready for the Texas two-step restart. Great racing action here, especially at the front of the pack, between the 741 of Cameron Starry and the 44C of Cord Beard. Also, GW Hessong in the 747 and Burnett in that 04. I thought he had an issue, but he's just sitting there running in the dry, trying to find as much dry section of the racetrack as he can. So here they go, get ready to double him up again. Rusty Head on that row by himself. Cameron Starry inside of row number 1. Cord Beard in the 44C on the outside. GW Hessong in the 747 inside. Burnett in the 04 up on the outside. Tony Blankenship inside of row number 3. Can't tell the guy who's outside of row number 3, but we'll get it right. We'll get it rocking. Lights are out. We get ready to look them over as they get ready to go back to green here in your factory stock main event here at Texana Raceway Park. Here we go, green and going. Good run on the outside by Cord Beard. He clears the 741 of Cameron Starry. Now here comes Cord to the outside again. Cameron not giving up on the inside in that 741. Cameron diving that down to the bottom. Good side-by-side battle there for third. Now they go 3 wide into turn number 3. That was Mickey Helms in the 174. Got Blankenship in the 35 and the 747 and GW Hessong. So we are halfway home. 10 down, 10 to go here in the main event for your factory stocks. So now action up, heat and hot and heavy further back in the pack. Trouble there in the back. I think that's the 82 or 89 of Tim Lisi spinning, but he keeps it going. Trouble there for the 11 as well. The 11 machine off the pace, pulling there towards the infield. Meanwhile, back up front, starting to be a battle for the lead between the 55 of Rusty Head and the 741 of Cameron Starry. We stay up front. Starry looking to the inside of Rusty. Rusty hadn't been challenged all night long. Caution's out. Trouble turn number 4. Oh, right as that race was starting to heat up, trouble turn number 4. Looks like Tony Blankenship had some issues there on the racetrack. So trouble there for Tony. Tony running in the top 5 as they were running together. Great racing tonight here in the factory stocks.
Man, Bobby, that's another one right there for Rusty Head. He's stretching out that lead, and these caution flags are going to let the field reel back into him every time. You got to be impressed with Rusty Head in that car. Obviously, lots of years for him in a sport mod. But like I said, I was talking to him earlier, and this is a totally different thing. I mean, these cars don't respond the way the sport mod does. The horsepower is not there. I mean, you have to work these cars. You point it in the corner, they don't want to turn, and that's a lot about what Rusty was talking about. He said, I'm used to the sport mod. I can sit in that thing. I can go move some, I'll move a weight jack around or whatever it may be. With this car, I have to rely on air pressure. I have to drive the car different. I have to hope that the track is going to do what I think it's going to do. This is such a great class here with the factory stocks. That's why it's blown up here across the state of Texas. That's why we have a power ranking for this class with Race on Texas and Speed Pass.
Yeah, the power ranking that no one ever pays attention to, but yet everybody's talking about, isn't it?
Well, I got to tell you, and Ryan Hopkins last night, the man at the top of the heap, he finished second last night to Shannon Dulock over at Waco. So it'll be interesting to see how that shakes up when they kind of go back in and throw the BBs back in the box and shake them back out and see how those averages come out. But it's really cool to watch just the performance of what they're doing.
Yeah, actually, the way that the power rankings work, you got to complete 6 main events to make it happen. There are guys that are racing here at Texana Raceway Park, including GW Hessong and Cord Beard, that are part of the factory stock power rankings, including Cameron Starry in that 741. So we got them re-racked and restacked. You've got Rusty Head in the 55R up front, then you've got the 741 of Cameron Starry. Into the outside, you got the 44C of Cord Beard. Then you have the 741 of GW Hessong. Then I believe that's the 04 Burnett, or it might be Perks right behind him on the outside. I think that's Burnett going to be. No, is that Mickey Helms? I think it's Mickey Helms on the outside. I can't tell from here. We'll know here in just a second when they come back by. That is indeed the 174, Mickey Helms. So Helms started deep in the pack, midway through in the 174. So Mickey Helms able to rebound, running top 5 right now. So as we re-racked and restack, Rusty Head, Cameron Starry, Cord Beard, GW Hessong, and Mickey Helms. That is your top 5 here on the Texas two-step restart. Lights are out. Looking them over. We are past halfway. So not too terribly many laps left to go here in the factory stock. Big main event here at Texana Raceway Park. Rusty's looking them over. Here we go. Green to going. Green flag. So right away, Rusty Head able to start checking out once again, but now a good run this time by Cord Beard. They go almost 3 wide behind him in that battle for second, third, and fourth. Move Cord Beard solidly back in the second spot. Right now the battle there for third between DW Hessong in the 747. Trouble further back in the pack. See one guy's Carlucci popping up and over Westfall, and I believe that's Jose Lopez in the 29, the orange 29, stuck together on the back straightaway. Indeed it was. Lopez stuck on the racetrack there on the back straightaway. Cautions, no caution yet, but trouble there for the 82 in turns 3 and 4. Caution is indeed out. Not sure who it came out for, the 29, or if it came out for the 82 or 89 down there in turns 3 and 4. And looks like we had trouble there for the 34, Carlucci, there in turn number 1 and 2. So multiple incidents on the racetrack at the same time. Not sure who the caution was actually called on.
And once again right there, Rusty Head starting to stretch that lead out over Cord Beard, Cameron Starry, and Hessong, and a yellow flag again. And that one, I'll tell you what, if for some reason, Bobby, Rusty Head does not win this race, the driver of car number 29 is not going to be on his Christmas card list.
No, not at all. Mickey Helms back on the racetrack. He must have had a flat tire or something. I never saw him leave. But he must have had a flat tire there. Had a good solid run running in the top 5. So everybody going to re-rack and restack again for the Texas two-step restart. Rusty Head in the 55R, Cord Beard in the 44C, 741 Cameron Starry, 747 GW Hessong, Perk in the 12P, Nathan Rauchi in that 25R, and Caitlin Leonard rounds out the first couple of rows of vehicles there. Caitlin in the 9C, rebounding from a pretty tough heat race that she had earlier tonight. So look at everybody up in the correct run order. There goes Lopez to the back. So it must have been the caution called on the 29. Here comes the 34 coming back up through the field of Carlucci. Carlucci going to squeeze in right there in front of Caitlin Leonard. Jennings in the 13. Look at that right front there on Westfall in that 9. It definitely is not pointing in the right direction. Both tires pointing in the opposite directions on the front wheels. That's never a good sign. All right, so lights are out. Looks like after the number of restarts, we're actually going to go single file restart. After the last couple incidents, so single file restarts from this point on. Rusty Head, Cord Beard, 741 rather, of Cameron Starry, 747 of GW Hessong, and Perks in the 12 right behind him. That is your top 5 as we get ready to go. Not a lot of laps to go here in your factory stock main event here at Texana Raceway Park. We are green and we are going one more time. So now right away, Cord Beard, oh, trouble. Spin in turns 1 and 2. I think that was the 12 car. He might be hung on a tire, might not be able to go anywhere. If that's the case, caution will probably come out again. He's rolling, he is stuck on that tire. And he takes the tire with him. Give him credit for not trying to cause the caution, but he did take the tire along with him. Tire's going for a good ride all the way around the racetrack.
Yeah, dragging right there behind the back of car number 12. He's trying to break that thing loose. Track safety crew is going to go help out. Trying to work towards the end of this one. Rusty Head up on the point. Cord Beard, Cameron Starry, GW Hessong, Arauchi in the 25. But man, Bobby, every time we get rolling, caution flag. Boy, Johnny Westfall's got the left or the right front there tore up a little bit on car number 9. He's running right back there at the back of the pack. You see that left side, left front there as well. That thing should not be turning quite that much. It is pushing like a dump truck, I promise you, that car number 9 of Johnny Westfall.
So as we get ready to run, Cameron Starry running 3rd. His buddy Rocky come all the way in from Odessa to watch him race, watch him run tonight. So we will see as we run him through a single file restart here to try to get him finished in this main event. As we continue to run, we're just past halfway, got a few more laps to go in this main event action. Rusty Head looking him over. Here we go, green and going one more time here in the factory stocks. Now Rusty Head able to start checking out. Cord Beard with a good run out of turn number 2. Cameron Starry running 3rd. GW Hessong running 4th. Rauchi in that number 25 running in the top 5 now. Trouble there for Cord Beard, a little bit of loosey-goosey. Losing some ground to Rusty Head, but able to make it up. Cameron Starry now checking back into the inside. So now Starry cautions out again. Trouble in turn. Well, cautions out. Not sure the corner. Oh, there's a tire. Now I see it. The dust is cleared. There's a tire back on the racetrack there. That tire has just not been been very competitive this year. Tonight it's just been kind of passive aggressive. All right, got confirmation from the tower. 6 laps to go here in our 20-lap main event. So 6 laps complete as we get closer and closer to the end of the main event. So single file restart still in effect here, obviously. So we got the 55 of Rusty Head, the 44 Cord Beard, 741 Cameron Starry, 747 of GW Hessong. And then Nathan Rauchi in the 25R all running out your top 5. I think that's Joe Jennings in the 13 machine, the black 13. Then you got Carlucci in the 34. And you got Caitlin Leonard in the 9C. That is your top couple of running orders as we get ready to rock and roll with this one. All right, so lights are out. 6 laps to go here in your factory stock main event. The lights are out, we go green. Oh, good start there by Gord Beard in that 44C. Now trying to go to the top side, Rusty Head. Oh, look at Cameron Starry. Cameron trying to make up on that restart. Really good. Rusty Head. Now got to watch out. Going to get challenged from the top side. From Cord Beard and the bottom side. From Cameron Starry. Cord Beard, though. Cord making a really good run on this last set of restarts. 5 laps to go. Now Rusty Head able to start checking out just a little bit more. Able to come through. He's going to get that challenge. Cord Beard now goes high. That opens up the door for Cameron Starry in that 741. Cameron back down to the inside. Oh, Starry. Starry's going to try to go all the way to the front. Into turn 3, up out of turn number 4. They're going to go almost 3 wide for the lead. Cameron Starry into second spot. Just a couple of laps left to go. Starry looking to the inside of Rusty Head. Caution's out again. Another tire on the racetrack there at turn number 4. All right, lights are out. Tires moved out of the way again. Just a couple of laps left to go here in this main event here for the factory stocks. All right, green flag, green line. Here we go. Rusty Head checking out over Cameron Starry. Cameron had a really good run going. Oh, Rusty, here comes Cameron Starry to the lead. Rusty Head's led it all till right now. Cameron with a good run on the inside. Rusty back to the top side. Cameron rolling through the corners really quick. Cameron Starry will lead. 2 more laps to go as they go down into turn number 1. Cameron Starry into the bottom. He's got about a half a car length lead over the 55er Rusty Head. Rusty pulling to the outside. As they come, don't count out that 44C at Cord Beard. Oh, Rusty, hang on, baby. Cameron Starry with the pass at the white flag. Don't count out the 44C at Cord Beard. Cameron Starry, though, they go 3. Whoa, man, Cord Beard into the wall. Meanwhile, back up front into turn number 3. Up out of turn number 4, Cameron Starry's going to steal one from Rusty Head as they get together after the start-finish line. Boy, oh boy, what a fun way to finish the factory stocks.
Had a feeling that 55 and 747 were going to come together here at some point. And they find each other on the final corner. They get tied up right there at the end of the race, but up at the front, what a drive. What a final restart we see, and coming up to the front of the pack in the 741, doing it to it. There he is, Cameron Starry is your winner here tonight at Texana Raceway Park. In spectacular fashion right there. He was battling with some veterans. Here comes Rusty Head over. Rusty Head, the driver car number 55. I'll tell you what, that is really cool right there. You've got the veteran with Rusty Head, the young guy with Cameron Starry, man. Take us through that last restart, my man.
I knew that we were good on the bottom and that I needed to get into second so I could get a better restart because I was getting kind of, it was hard to run my line and keep it clean at the same time in third. So once I saw that we got into second and they moved the tires around, I was just doing whatever I could to keep it on the bottom because I knew that I wasn't going to get around them on the top, and we had drive coming off the bottom.
Talk about all the great folks that put you on this racetrack, man. We've talked to you on Revved Up Sports Show before. You do such a great job. All the great people that getting this car on the track and making you so good at what you do.
I like to thank Leslie Gill and the Gill family, G&M Oilfield Services, Darkside Construction, Destroyer Chassis, Mom and Dad, Grandma, Grandpa, First Class Towing, Magnum Services, Ace Automotive, 89 Motorsports, Algire Inc., KMO, TTR, L87, and CRS Suspension.
There he is. What a win in the factory stocks tonight. One more time, the 741. It is Cameron Starry winning it here tonight at Texana Raceway Park. I'll tell you, these factory stocks, Bobby, they do not disappoint. It doesn't matter the track. I mean, we watch them all around the state of Texas. And now with these power rankings and everything that we keep watching, not a disappointment at all. Starry winning it here tonight. And I'll tell you, the factory stocks here at Texana, this is one of the best tracks to watch these cars. And that race will go down in the chronicles of everything as one of the classics here in the factory stocks.
So still a couple of more races to go, guys, so don't pack it in just yet. Got the Dwarf Car Race Series of Texas, the Street Stocks, and your IMCA Modified Big Money feature coming on later tonight.
And at the conclusion of the night, as we always do, we invite you down to the pits. Come visit with the Cars and Stars at Texana Raceway Park. And we look forward to seeing you out here the next time that we are racing here at Texana.
All right, here we go. Dwarf Car Race Series at Texas main event. I'll give you the running orders. They're coming out, which is going to be pretty close. Up front on the pole in car number 2, that's Jerry Book. This 562 is David Kohanic. The 11 is Austin Garrick. The 49 is Mickey Land. 41T, that's Dustin Rude. 23H is Brandon Hicks. Keegan Moore is in the 1K. Dylan Budnick, your heat race winner, in the black and white number 25. Corey Moore in the 22C. Joe Sanzig in the 56. James Fitzgerald in the 64. Robert Smith in the 12. The 2A is Alan Brown. The 3S is Skylar Shuskampski. The 93 is Adam Staley. The 08 is Danielle Long. 18F of Chad Friesler. The 39 of Taylor Land. That is 18 cars strong. As we said, racing this race in honor of Arden Viker, who we lost earlier this week, one of the godfathers of dwarf car racing in Texas. And we go. Well, I thought we were going to go green. As we said, Arden Vickery, the godfather of dwarf car racing in Texas. We just lost him earlier this week on Thursday. One of the founding fathers of dwarf car race series of Texas. There you see his orange and black, number 72 Donald Duck truck sitting in the infield. He'll be joining the infield, or be joining in victory lane pictures with the winner tonight. And we're going to find out who that winner is right about now when we go green flag racing. So right away, Jerry Book gets eaten up by the 562 of Kohanic. Then you got the 12. Oh, trouble right away. That'd be the 12 machine spinning in 3 and 4. Caution's probably going to come out. He can't keep it going. Still not going, and caution is out. So caution out for the 12 of Robert Smith, as they've got him re-racked and restacked, trying to get him back in the running order. So you got Kohanic there in the 562. Then you got the 41 of Dustin Rude. You got the 1 of Keegan Moore. Can't tell it is on the outside. Anyways, it looks like they're going to turn him loose anyway. Here we go, green and going in the Dwarf Car Race Series of Texas. There's Kohanic starting to check out on the field. You got Dustin Rude on the outside. Then you've got the 1K of Moore, Keegan Moore, running on the inside, trying to get the win. He will. Moore now on the bottom side. He will take second spot over Dustin Rude in that 41R. Now Rude dropping back a spot. Rude now side by side. Rude side by side now with the 22 of Moore. Got a couple of Moores running. Got Keegan Moore. Trouble for Jerry Book. He's turned sideways right here on the front straightaway. Don't think he's going to get that car rolling. Caution is out. Here you see the record service attendant 2 book there in the 2 car, spun backwards right on the front straightaway. So look at everybody re-racked and restacked. So up front, Kahanic in the 562 rather. Then you've got Keegan Moore in the 1K. You've got Core Moore in the 22C. Then you've got, who is that on the outside? That's Dylan Budnick on the outside in the 25. Then you got Dustin Root in the 41T. The 64, James Fitzgerald. Good run for James. It's been a hot minute since he's been in one of these dwarf cars, so he's done pretty good. Then you got Hicks in the 23H machine, so lots of moving parts and pieces with the guys and gals up front here in the Dwarf Car Race Series of Texas. So, lights are out. We get ready to turn them loose. 20-lap main event here in the dwarf cars. So right from the drop of the hat, Kahanic starts second off over both the Moores. Then you got Dylan Budnick back there in the 25. Dustin Rood in that 41T. Dustin weeping and juking and jiving all the way down that front straightaway, trying to get an advantage on the cars in front of him, but not going to happen. Meanwhile, here comes Moore. Cautions out trouble, turn number 4. That's the 3 machine. That's Skylar Usamsky. I've totally butchered that name. So Skylar spinning out in turns 1 and 2. So super quick re-rack and restack here with their dwarf cars. So Kahanic in the 562 back up front. Then you got the pair of Moores. You got Corey on the inside. You got Keegan on the outside. Then you got Dustin Root in the 41T. And then you've got Dylan Budnick in that black and white number 25. That is your top 5 here on this Texas two-step restart with Dwarf Car Race Series of Texas. We are green and going right now. Green flag. Trouble there for the 08. 08 of Danielle Long spinning in turns 1 and 2. Dead in the water down there in turn number 1. All right, so single file restarts ordered from Race Control. You got Kahanic in the 562. Then you got Corey Moore in that 22. You got Dustin Root in that 41T. Then you've got Keegan Moore in the 1K. You've got the 25 of Dylan Budnick and the 64 of James Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald, that's an impressive run for Fitzgerald in that 64. As we said, it's been a long time since he's not only been in a dwarf car, it's been a long time since he's been at Texana Raceway Park, so both of those events combined together, and racing in memory of his buddy Arden Vickery. We are green and going. So there goes Moore to the inside. Watch Dustin Rude popping up to the outside. That might have been the opening that Rude needed to pop up on the outside. Rude pulling double duty. Oh, they get together. Moore spins right in front of everybody. Bounced off a tire. I don't think Moore's going to keep it going. Trouble for the 2A machine further back in the pack. And caution's out. So that was a 22C Akari Moore. So Tough Break running in the top 3, going for the lead. Spins out of the lead battle right there.
Yeah, that one fired right up too. Right at the drop of that yellow flag.
Yep, safety crew went over to try to put him up from the backside, and poof, it fired up, started driving right away. Meanwhile, we are green and going, back at it with the Dwarf Car Race Series of Texas. Your top couple of drivers are lined up correct, nose to tail, they dropped the hammer. So now Kahanic in the 562. And the 41T of Dustin Rude, that's the battle. And here comes Dylan Budnick trying to come to the outside. So now Budnick running in your top 5. Here comes Dustin Rude trying to get by David Kahanic in that 562. This time by coming up on 2 laps, no, halfway home. 10 down, 10 to go here in your Dwarf Car Race Series of Texas. So just past halfway, 10 down, 10 to go here in your Dwarf Car Race Series of Texas main event. Dustin Rude continues to lead now to the outside of Kahanic. Oh, Rude got a really good run on the outside. Try to slide it down in there, not gonna happen this time. Kahanic able to hang on. Dustin Rude with a great move out of turn 4. Got a great run coming down the front straightaway. Here comes Rude driving into the top side. And they're gonna split the 08 machine inside outside. And Rude with the pass right there. That opens up the door for the 25 of Dylan Budnick. Tough break there for the 562 of Kahanic. So now they start lapping through a bunch of the slower machines. Dustin Rude, will they get caught by the lap cars? The lap cars give it, then the lap cars take it away. Rude able to navigate over around the couple of lap cars here that are in the front of the field. So now, can Dylan Budnick, who's been part of that Arden Vickery School of Racing, can he come in and take the main event win away from Dustin Rude in that 41T? Rude now able to get the groove he wanted. He's starting to check out here in that 41T. This time by, coming down, 2 more laps to go. Into turn 3. Up out of turn number 4. White flag out for Dustin Rude. Dylan Budden is second. David Kohanic third. Trouble in turns 1 and 2. Got 2 of them spun around. Your leaders are already around it. Looks like they're going to stay green. Into turn 3, up out of turn number 4. Coming to the checkered flag. Dustin Rude wins. Dylan Budnick second. David Kohanic third. That is your top 3 here in the Dwarf Car Race Series of Texas.
Dustin Rude is your winner in the 41T. And we pull around the 72 right there of Arden Vickery. Out of the race car, Dustin Rude, your winner here tonight in the Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas. Big run right there to the end of the race, makes the pass. Set you that one there. That's a special one. Talk about that big race win, all the folks getting you out here on the track.
Well, it first started off 2 races ago with the Mott Lights. Wish I could have pulled that one off too. I tried everything I had for that one. I'll take a second though behind JoJo. I especially want to thank car owner Randy Jackson, my wife Tori, the new baby at home Corbin that couldn't make it, my son Carson, Popcorn, my dad, my friends, all my sponsors. Without them, I couldn't do it.
Absolutely. Congratulations, man. Great night. I'm from the older group, but seeing that car there, it's been a rough week.
Yeah, I wish I could have met him. I heard a lot of great stories, so I guess no way better than come out here and drive a good, clean race for him and pick up a victory.
Absolutely. There he is. Dustin Rude, your winner in the Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas. There it is. Dustin Rude, your winner. Arden Vickery, the winner. And thank you to Dwayne Groff for bringing this car. That right there. That is the car. That's a dwarf car right there. That is the dwarf car. Car number 72, Arden Vickery. Rest in peace, sir. You know, I bet Arden is looking down, telling Dwayne, press the gas. Press the gas. That's what Arden would have done. That's what Arden would have said. Going back up top side to Bobby.
All right, so up next will be the limited modified feature. Got 8 cars, going to run 20 laps here at Texana Raceway Park once we get everybody racked and stacked and ready to go. And right on cue, there they are. Here's your lineup as they come. Up front on the pole in the 30K, that's Cody Leonard. On the outside in the 96, that's Jared Moppin. Inside of row number 2, the BD1, that's Eddie Ross. Outside in the BD2, that's Daniel Preston. Inside of row number 3, starting 5th, the 779 of Cody Beto. On the outside of row number 3, the 11T of Tommy Grothuse. Inside of row number 4, Michael Pesic in the 7, and Trent Dixon on the outside in the 46X. 8 cars, 20 laps, main event here for your sport mods. And they go green right here, right now. So right away, your battle's going to heat up right from the top between the 30K of Cody Leonard and the 96 of Moppin. They already go side by side. These guys are pulling double duty in the limited modifieds and the big IMCA modifieds. We'll stick with the battle at the front with Cody Leonard on the inside. Jared Moppin up on the outside. This is a lot of way we've seen races between these two guys. Cody runs the bottom. Jared likes to run the top for now. Jared takes the lead on the top side. But now Cody able to chase him back down. We'll stick with the lead battle as we continue to go. Cody Leonard looking to the inside. Not going to happen this time. Moppin in that BMF car takes to the top side. Continues to lead. Right now we'll stick with the battle there for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. In the BD1, that's Eddie Ross. The 779, that's Cody Beto. Then further back you got the 11 of Tom Grothuse, who spins in turns 1 and 2. Pesic in the 7 misses him, but Tommy able to put the pedal down. No harm, no foul. Now back up to the lead again. Cody Leonard looking to the inside. Jared Moppin up to the outside. So now give Cody Leonard back the spot for the lead. He takes the lead back. There goes Jared back to the top side. Coming back to defend on the outside. Not going to happen that time by Cody Leonard, new leader in the 30K. Now we'll stick with the battle there for 3rd, coming out of turn number 2. BD1, Eddie Ross has it. Cody Beto in that 779. He's in there battling for 3rd and 4th. The 5th machine, don't count out the BD2. That's Daniel Preston moving up from the E-mods up to the sport mods. Eddie Ross now has it in the BD1. Side by side there for 4th. Daniel Preston on the inside. Cody Beto up to the outside in the 779. Still side by side as this time your leaders will come halfway home. Well, almost there. There indeed they are, halfway home. 10 down, 10 to go. Here in your sport mod feature. Meanwhile, back there for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. This time, Daniel Preston in the BD2 comes to the outside, or inside rather, Cody Beto in the outside. Cody running side by side. Cody's high, wide, and handsome tonight. As they still continue to run side by side, that's the only side by side battle on the racetrack. Now the battle's starting to shape up just a little bit. Everybody running single file. As the third, fourth, and fifth battle runs out of turn number 2, Eddie Ross in the BD1. BD2, that's his teammate, Daniel Preston. Now dropping back a little bit. It's going to be Cody Beto in the 779. As they continue to run nose to tail, everybody stays single file. Your leader continues to be the 30K. Up now, battle back there. The teammates back there out of turn number 4. BD1 and BD2, Eddie Ross and Daniel Preston. They get close. They get to running. They're going to go side by side for a minute down in turn number 1. And now they still go single file, nose to tail. Looks like they popped that tire a little bit in turn 3 and 4. And now as they come through, the teammates still battling right there in third and fourth. Right now that's the hot spot on the racetrack, the battle for third and fourth between the two teammates, BD1 and BD2, that's third and fourth. Right now they're caught behind the lap car, Trent Dixon. Meanwhile, back up front, your leader, the 30K, Cody Leonard rather. Cody's starting to check out all over the racetrack. Just got the 2 to go. Into turn 3. Up out of turn number 4. White flag in hand. 1 more lap to go for Cody Leonard in that 30K. Into turn 3, up out of turn number 4, making it look pretty easy. Cody Leonard wins in the Sport Mod. Jared Moppet coming on in second. And you got the 3-car battle, 3rd, 4th, and 5th right here. Eddie Ross still has it. Everybody's still racing. Eddie Ross second, Daniel Burton third, Daniel Preston fourth. Cody Beto rounds out the top 5 here in the Sport Mods.
Cody Leonard going to the pay window here tonight in the Sport Mods in dominating fashion. That 30K was hooked up, running on a rail here tonight at Texana Raceway Park. And he wins it here in the Sport Mods. We're heading down to victory lane. He'll get ready to jump out of this race car. This thing was smooth as silk tonight. Out of the car, here he is. Put your hands together. My man Cody Leonard is your winner here tonight in the Sport Mods at Texana Raceway Park. Going wire to wire. Just puts it up at the front of the pack and just methodically took care of business here. Just clicking off the laps. Cody, man, this car's so good tonight. This thing stuck like a magnet. It looked like wherever you put it, man, it was just hooked up.
Yeah, we've been putting in a lot of work on this thing. I don't know how many changes we've made within the last, few months just racing this thing, and it's come a long way. We're finally making some headway, and can't thank the Hart family enough for everything. Ziggy, Kelsey, Jerry, Mary, everyone. Thanks for everything.
How hard is it when you get on a night like this where you check out from the pack? You just take off just to hit every mark. Just mentally to remember. You know you're ahead, but you just got to keep doing your job.
Yeah, hitting your marks, you just got to kind of get those key points, like looking at the wall or somewhere in the stands or, just something on the track. I've missed it a few times, and, Jared was real quick. He gave me a good run at the start of it, and I didn't know how close he was. I was just trying to cruise around the bottom. It's just low and slow.
Yeah, absolutely. Cody Leonard is your winner in the Sport Mods here tonight at Texana Raceway Park. Revved Up Sports Show night at the races at TRP. Yes, that is how you hold it right there. Hey, that's how you build the biceps up. That's a beach body coming up. Another big round of applause. Cody Leonard, your winner here tonight at Texana Raceway Park. One more main event to go. Coming up, it is your Street Stocks. Street Stocks as we cap off a great night here at Texana. Revved Up Sports Show night at the races.
So actually, we got 2 more races to go. We got the Outlaw Street Stocks, and then we have the IMCA Modifieds coming up.
Forgot about that one. Forgot about the Modifieds. All right, 2 to go.
2 to go. 2 to go. We got the hardcore fans still sitting out tonight waiting for that big modified race. That's what we got. All right, here's your lineup for the Street Stock feature. Up front on the pole, the 87, Robert Danielson. Looks like we're missing the 67 of Joe Boop. 33Z, that's James Zarbach. 74 is Travis Smith, and the 9 is Brad Hayes. There is your 4 cars now. Should be a 5th car coming up here shortly. And there indeed is the 5th car, the aforementioned car number 67 of Joe Boop. All right, so it looks like we got the 67 of Boop ready. So Danielson and Boop in the front row. James Zarbach in the 33Z. Travis Smith in the 74. Brad Hayes in the 9. Here we go, green and going. We'll see if they can make a race of it. Danielson able to start checking out over Boop in the 67. Boop able to cut down in front of Zarbach. Now Boop up to the inside of Danielson. Give Boop the point for now. Here comes Zarbach in that 33. Gets together just a little bit with the 87 of Danielson. Your top 3 still continue to run nose to tail right here. So Joe Boop is your leader in the 67. Robert Danielson in the 87 runs second. Zarbach in that 33Z runs third, battling right there for second. So now, Boop still has the lead. Danielson there in second still. Zarbach in third. Smith in 74 runs fourth. And Brad Hayes rounds out the top 5 in that orange number 9 machine. Everybody's still running pretty close together on the racetrack. But big shocker there. Boop didn't have the best of runs in the heat race. But man, he's turned on the wick in the main event to take out about a 3-car length advantage over the 87. There, Robert Danielson. So don't count out Danielson as they get ready close to halfway here in this main event for your street stocks. Danielson's starting to close the gap between him and Boop in that 67, so your top two now without about a car length and a half between them. So now Boop able to start pulling out a couple of car lengths over that 87 of Danielson. This time indeed, here they come. They'll be coming to halfway home. Coming to halfway home, 10 down, 10 to go. So your leader pretty much from the drop of the green flag has been Joe Boop. Now as we come with under 10 laps to go in the main event, the question is, can Danielson do anything to combat the challenge of Joe Boop in that 67? Joe had issues right at the start trying to make it to the grid. But man, once he got that thing fired up, it has been fired on all 8 cylinders. And he's just checked out on the rest of the field. Now as they get coming with about 7 laps to go, there you see Danielson starting to get closer and closer to the backside bumper. Boop able to pull down that straightaway, got that massive horsepower hitting it to the ground. But Danielson able to close the gap in the corners. But right now it's Boop's race to lose. He's led almost every lap of the 20-lap main event so far. Danielson, though, he's starting to get closer. He can get close and close. But man, that power, that horsepower that Boop has just been able to make him do a rocket outside of turn number 2 and outside of turn number 4. So this time by, the gap remains the same between Danielson in second and Boop in third. It looks like the gap going all the way back to third has remained the same too with the 33Z of Zarbach. This time by, got 2 more laps to go. Trouble there for Travis Schmidt, pulling off on the hot pit going into turn number 3. So this time by, your leader, Joe Boop, will continue to see the white flag right here. 1 more lap to go. We're on Texana Raceway Park. Into turn 3, up out of turn number 4, Joe Boop in the bright blue 67 goes to victory lane over Robert Danielson and James Zarbach in that 33. Brad Hayes in the orange number 9 rounds out your top 4 here in the street stocks.
Great run right here by the driver of car number 67. It is Joe Boop that parks it in victory lane here in the street stocks tonight at Texana Raceway Park. Holding off a fierce charge right there coming from Danielson in the 87. Danielson winning the heat race. He looked like he was going to be the one to beat, but this race starts and this 67 car Boop takes off and they were not going to catch him. And here he is parking it in victory lane in your street stocks here tonight at Texana Raceway Park. Revved Up Sports Show night at the races, Father's Day weekend. Thank you all for hanging around with us. Still have your IMCA modified main event coming up as we will pull them out. They're running for extra money. That's going to be a really exciting way to finish off a great night of action. Getting ready to clamber out of that car. He'll hear you here in just a second, taking off. Final restraint right there. There is Hans Device out of the car. Almost. The steering wheel coming off. Got to take that off. Joe Boop is your winner here tonight at Texana Raceway Park in your street stocks. Making his way around. Joe, I got to tell you, your car looked like it had great drive off of the corner. It looked like you would set that right side tire down on the backside, and you would just fly down.
Right down there. Yeah. Get you and fall that right rear off and come off.
Absolutely. So talk about that race. You get up to the front. You had to know Danielson was going to be there. You had to feel him, but man, you were just on point all night throughout the race.
I just felt like if I could ever get in front of Danielson, I didn't think he'd get back around me. But I didn't know, but that's what I was hoping for, and it worked out.
Absolutely, it sure did. Here is your winner. Joe Boop does it tonight in the street stocks.
I just want to put a special thanks out to that man right there, Sam Wilcox. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't even have this car. It wouldn't even happen. The man built it from the ground up. He does a good job. But that's my man right there.
Absolutely. Really good stuff right there. Boop in victory lane here tonight. He'll make his way around, grab the hardware. Tired race car driver right there. He does it here tonight at Texana. It is Joe Boop one more time here in your street stocks.
All right, as Rodney said, one more race on tap. It's the $1,200 to win Fast Shaft qualifier for your IMCA modifieds. 18 strong racing at you here for the final race of the night. Here's the lineup how they're showing to be lined up on the paper. Dylan Tyndall in the 86 is your pole sitter. Chris Swinson in the 83 outside of row number 1. Inside of row number 2, the $4 Kayla Cellier. Chris Morris in the 94 lines up fourth. Fifth on the inside is Chris Galian in the 81. Ryan Slott in the 49 outside of row number 3. Inside of row number 4, Cody Leonard in the 12. Outside of him, pulling double duty again, 741, Cameron Starry. Inside of row number 5, starting 9th, the 96 M, that is Jared Maupin. The BD1, that's Marcus Miklinchek, he rolls off 10th. 11th, the 96 of Foster Ellison. 12th, the 53 XX of Chandler Fox. Inside of row number 7 and 13th, that's Brandon Welker in the 44X. The 77 of Robert Lisi is 14th. 15th, the 91 of Jeremy Davenport. Outside of him and starting 16th, the 53X of Matt Fox. And your final row and starting 17th, 56, Gilbert Atzamita. And the 48E of Kevin Goodwin. That is your lineup there. 18 cars strong, 20 laps here to close out the racing action on Revved Up Sports Show Night, Father's Day weekend here at Texana Raceway Park. So thank you guys for sticking around. Know it's running a little later than what we would have liked it to, but thank you guys for sticking it out and hanging out with us till we get all the races in. All right, lights out. We're getting ready to turn them loose here. We are green and going here in your modifieds. Tough start there for the 86 of Dylan Tyndall. Not the start he wanted, but Chris Swinson on the outside. Yeah, I didn't think they were going to end up liking that. Going to re-rack him and restack him for that restart. I got a unique feeling this next start's going to be a lot better. I think everybody's going to be on point. So Dylan Tyndall, Chris Swinson, that's your front row. Caleb Sellier in the $4, Chris Morris in the 94, Chris Galian in the 81, Ryan Slott in the 49. That is your top 3 rows as we get ready to turn them loose one more time. IMCA Modifieds here at Texana Raceway Park. Much, much better start as they go off into turn number 1. Dylan Tyndall slides up a little bit. He's able to take the lead. Now side by side there for second. Chris Morris on the inside. Chris Swinson up to the outside. Cautions out. Trouble there in turn 1 and 2. You can't see the car numbers from here. So once we get those cars re-racked and restacked, we'll turn them loose again. Still can't see the numbers from here, but it looks like a couple of cars tightened up pretty good over there in turns 1 and 2. All right, so cars are re-racked and restacked for the most part. So you got Dylan Tyndall as your leader in the 86. Chris Swinson in the 83. 94, Chris Morris, the $4. Caleb Cellier. And then you got the 81 of Chris Galian. 49 of Ryan Slott. Cody Leonard in the 12. Cameron Starry in the 741. 96M of Jared Maupin. The BD1 of Marcus Miklinchek. And then the 96 of Foster Ellis. And the 53 XX of Chandler Fox. Lights are out. We get ready to go racing here in your IMCA Modifieds Fast Shaft Qualifier. Here we go, reflag. So 3 wide there for a second out of turn number 2. Now make it all the way down the backstretch, 3 wide. Your leader, Dylan Tyndall, got away. Chris Swinson running second. In the orange 83, Chris Morris in the 94 to the outside. Now trying to dive down to the bottom of Critson. What a move as he tried to drive down there in front of Chris Swinson. He will make it work. Chris Morris now in second spot. Here comes the 96M of Jared Maupin coming to the bottom, or is that the 12? My apologies, that's the 12 of Cody Leonard to the inside of Chris Swinson. Now there is indeed the 96M of Jared Maupin. Trouble there for Slott in the 49, loops it there in turns 1 and 2. We'll see if he can get it going. If not, caution will come out again. And indeed, there is the caution for Slott there in turns 1 and 2. All right, we're going to get him re-racked and restacked here in the final main event of the night here at Texana Raceway Park. Dylan Tyndall continues to lead over the 94 of Chris Morris, now moving up to third. The 12 of Cody Leonard. Then the 83 of Chris Swinson, hard to say. 96M of Jared Maupin runs fourth. And Chris Galeon in the 81 rounds out your top 5. As we get ready to rock and roll, looks like there's a question of who's supposed to be where between Ryan Slott in the 90 or 49 and Marcus Miklinchek in the BD1. So now here they go, doubling up for the Texas two-step restart. We'll see how everything shakes out from here. Showing them one. All right, into turn 3 out of turn number 4. Lights are out, but they go green right here, right now. What a run by Cody Leonard. Looked like he got shot out of a cannon. Got a good run on the outside of Chris Morris in turn number 1. Drove it all the way around in turn number 3, trying to go 3 wide, and they go 3. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! They try to go 3 wide out of turn number 1. Now your leaders going there side by side. Chris Morris on the bottom. Dylan Tyndall in the middle. Here comes Cody Leonard in the car number 12. New leader, Chris Morris in the 94. Now watch the crossover from Dylan Tyndall in the 86. Now Chris Morris continues to lead in the 94. Here comes Cody Leonard to the outside of the 86 and Dylan Tyndall. Now, Cody Leonard trying to go top shelf around the 94, Chris Morris. And don't count out the 96 of Jared Maupin, the 96M. He's moved into 4th place. There's still lots of laps to go here in this 20-lap feature. Oh, here comes Cody Leonard, got a good steam coming off of turn number 2. Tried to crossover. He's high, wide, and handsome right now. Chris Morris on the bottom. Cody Leonard trying to run up on the top. Now the battle there for 3rd. Give it to Jared Maupin in the 96M. Trouble in turn number 1. Got a car sideways in between turns 1 and 2.
This right here is getting really racy, Bobby. It looks like the 94 car of Morris. He likes working down at the bottom. He's working at the bottom of the track, and you watch Leonard in the 12. He's going up almost to the 3rd groove to try to work around the top side. I saw Morris slip up one time. I thought Cody might dive down to the inside, but we'll see how it shakes out here. Let's see if they stay in that pattern.
Look at that, everybody. Tommy Tipple's back. All right, lights are out. They're showing them 1 as they get ready to get lined back up. Texas 2-step restart right here. Chris Morris on the point. Dylan Tyndall on the inside in the 86. Cody Leonard on the outside in the 12. Jared Maupin there in the 96M on the inside. Galeon in the 81 up on the outside of row number 3. Here we go. Lights are out. We get ready to turn them loose right here, right now. Green flag. So Chris Morris already checking out. Here they go, 3 wide down the back straightaway. There goes the BD1 of Marcus Miklinchek to the inside of the 96 of Maupin. Meanwhile, Chris Morris is starting to check out up front. Cody Leonard now clears Dylan Tyndall there for 2nd. Now side by side there for 4th and 5th. Galeon to the outside of the 96 of Jared Maupin. The 81 car having a pretty good run tonight. Move him up to 4th spot around the outside of Jared Maupin. Right now we'll focus out of turn number 2. The battle between the 81 and the 96M. Chris Galeon in the 81 and the 96M of Maupin. Oh, trouble. Car in the wall right there, turn number 4. It looks like the 12 of Cody Leonard in the fence out of turn number 4. It's a tough break there for Cody Leonard. Saw him smack the wall with the right rear a couple of laps ago. Let's see if there's any harm, any foul there. Can't see from here. Looks like the car's rolling. That's the good news.
Yellow flag comes out right there, and that is brand new life for Jared Maupin. Maupin's been sitting in the top 5, but now as they're going to pull it all back together, Cody Leonard will go to the back of the pack. Dylan Tyndall still lurking right there in that second spot. But watch a 96. We've watched Jared Moppet so many times here at Texana Raceway Park figure out a way to make the win, and now he's sitting right there. And he can smell the front of the pack. But Chris Morris, you got to give it to him. Nice and steady right there in car number 94.
Yeah, Chris Morris, slow and steady, wins the race tonight. He's been able to capitalize on some good moves there at the beginning of the race and had the track position to start holding the rest of these guys off. I'm telling you, watch that 81 of Chris Gallion. He's had a really, really good night so far, and now he's running in the top 3 with laps to go here in the main event. We go green and going. Oh, trouble there. 86 of Dylan Tyndall spins and out of second spot in front of everybody. Everybody misses him, surprisingly. Looks like he's stuck in the mud over there in turns 3 and 4. He keeps it going. No harm, no foul, no caution. That's going to open the door for the 96 of Jared Maupin, the 96M, right here in front of us down the front straightaway. Oh, Maupin, he's got himself a hot rod right now. Maupin down into turn number 1, just 2 car lengths behind your leader, the 94, Chris Morris. Morris kind of slides up a little bit out of turn number 2. Didn't lose any ground to the 96, that's good. If you're a Chris Morris fan, keeping track at home. Trouble there in turn number 1, one of the Fox machines turned sideways down in turns 1 and 2. All right, single file restart for the rest of the night per race control. We're getting ready to turn them loose right here, right now. Green and going in your IMCA Modifieds. Trouble for Cody Leonard pulling off to the infield. Looks like whatever demon was battling him on the front straightaway still battling him right now. Looks like there were some right front issues. Meanwhile, back up front, your battle, 3-way battle between the 94 of Chris Morris, the 96M of Jared Maupin, and the 81 of Chris Gallion. And might as well throw in the 83 of Chris Swinson. That's your top 4 as they run through the race right now. Right now, hot spot shaping up to be that battle there for second spot. Jared Maupin in the 96 has it. Chris Gallion in that 81, well, he wants it. He's also got a back bumper full of Chris Swinson in that orange number 83. As we check back in, midway pack, you see him racing. Here comes the 86 of Dylan Tyndall from the back of the pack. He's made moves like a knife through hot butter. A hot knife through butter, rather. But here we come, coming to the cross flags, halfway home. 10 down, 10 to go. No, 2 laps to go. We're past halfway. So coming back around, we are 2 laps to go. Into turn 3, up out of turn number 4. Chris Morris sees the white flag. 1 more lap to go. In trouble, one of the Fox cars spins him 1 and 2. They keep it green. Into turn 3, up out of turn number 4. He didn't race last night, but he races tonight, and he chases a checkered flag at Texana Raceway Park. Chris Morris wins. Jared Bopp in second, Chris Galian third, Chris Swinson fourth, Markless Miklicek in the BD1 rounds out your top 5 here in the Fast Shaft Qualifier for your IMCA Modifieds. What a race, what a run by Chris Morris. Rodney's going to go down and interview him. Great run there in that lethal chassis machine by Chris Morris in car number 94.
I'll tell you what, Chris Morris likes this racetrack when he comes to Texana. I've talked to him here in Victory Lane before, and he dazzles here tonight as he holds off all the challenges. Every challenge that came at him, this 94 car was hooked up on the rail tonight, and he parks it in Victory Lane here tonight on Revved Up Sports Show night at Texana Raceway Park with another win. Had a rough weekend last weekend, but they get it all back together. And here he is once again with another big win. He gets ready to jump out of the car. It is car number 94, the winner here tonight at Texana. Safety gear coming off, and I'll tell you, this guy will jump out. One heck of a race car driver, an even better inspiration to all of us. Here he is making his way out. The driver of car number 94, it is Chris Morris. Chris, man, this car was so good. You found where it was going to work, and you park it in the front, and you held off everybody, and you had some big-time challengers back there.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I saw on that I guess the second or third restart, Cody was on my outside. I was like, oh, we're about to have a heck of a race coming on. And thankfully, I got the drive off the inside and was able to get on the inside of him. And I just knew I needed to run a mistake-free race after that, and we'd be in good shape.
So let's talk about it, Chris. Last weekend was not the ideal weekend for you. I mean, you got some stuff that was tore up. I expected to see you last night at Waco. I didn't see you. I thought, well, maybe I'll see him at Texana. Just talk about the week, getting everything put back together, and to come here and punch a win at Texana.
You know, last weekend was rough for sure. You know, this is my primary car, and it got tore up at Waco so bad we had to bring out the backup car to go run Cotton Bowl, and ended up stuffing that one in the wall when the throttle hung. And Terry's fixing that one up for me at Terry's Body Shop, so he's the man for pulling stuff out. So you know, we've kind of been on a dry spell. We've been real close many times, and so to get this win, it definitely feels good.
Absolutely. Big round of applause. Revved Up Sports Show night at the races. My man, car number 94, Chris Morris, your winner here tonight at Texana Raceway Park.
All right, Rodney, it's been fun here for Revved Up Sports Show night, special Father's Day edition here at Texana Raceway Park. So on behalf of my partner, Rodney Rodriguez, the entire staff and management team here at Texana Raceway Park, God bless, Godspeed. Give your dad a hug or a call tomorrow, because you never know when you're going to have another Father's Day with him. Y'all be good. God bless, Godspeed.